Allez-y.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, distinguished delegates, and those who have joined us here today. My name is Lanle Kamara Joyner, and I'm the Secretary to the Commission. We'll start, but just one little housekeeping announcement, if I may. Some of the delegates have not registered properly online. If you could very kindly register your name so that you can be accredited and your presence can be recognized, we will be very, very grateful. It would also enable us to be able to give you the floor as needed, should you want to interject or intervene in these proceedings. Once again, I ask all delegates to very kindly register online on the platform that has been provided. Thank you very much.
Oui. Ah, d'accord. D'accord. Ok. I have, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have the honor to welcome you to the 53rd session of the Economic Commission for Africa and the annual Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, which begins today. Before delivering my opening remarks, let me first express our sincere gratitude to the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Mrs. Vera Songwe, and her team for the excellent organization of this conference amid the very challenging circumstances of the pandemic. To host a conference of this magnitude and to cater for participants who are joining in person and also online under the current constraints is a commendable accomplishment. It is indeed a reflection of ECA's own commitment to excellence under the leadership of our sister, Madame Songwe, and this is something that we should recognize and have not taken for granted. Madam Executive Secretary, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a few sentiments of my own on the accomplishments of ECA during these last 2 years, during which I had the honor to chair, on behalf of my country, the Kingdom of Morocco, the Bureau of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The engagement of the Commission in turning the ideas it generates as a think tank into actions is highly commendable. I've had the privilege to have first-hand experience through continuous collaboration with the Secretariat to witness the strong commitment and success of the ECA in not only supporting member states,
وذلك لتعزيز الممارسات المثلى للدول الأعضاء والسياسات المالية، وذلك من خلال التعرف على حزم المدرة للعوائد الممكنة والتأكد من الإصلاحات اللازمة، وكذلك لمناهضة تأثيرات تغير المناخ. فقد عقدنا معتكفا في سيشل الشقيقة، وذلك للنظر في الطرق التي يمكن من خلالها زيادة مرونة وصمود القارة ضد هذه ظواهر. والمهم في ذلك هو كيف يمكننا أن نساعد الدول الأعضاء في مواجهة هذا التحدي الوجودي. وهذه الخلوة أو المعتكف قد أعطتنا الفرصة لدعم المبادرات الأفريقية التي تواجه تغير المناخ، وليس فقط من خلال تفعيل لجنة المناخ للدول الجزرية الصغيرة، ولكن عاهل المغرب الملك محمد السادس قد عقد مؤتمر الأطراف 22 في مراكش، وهذا لتقييم العمل الذي تم والمبادرات التي نفذت، وذلك وقائمة هذه الأعمال كبيرة. أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، تمكنا
providing 20% vaccines to 25 to 30% vaccines eventually as the new target. This is going to require additional resources. To do that, Africa needs additional and external support. One of the things that you finance ministers have done with your teams and the Economic Commission for Africa is come out very early calling for the debt service suspension initiative. To date, 25 African countries have asked and requested and obtained the debt service suspension initiative, which is about 0.71% of our 2019 GDP. Countries in light of the COVID-19 crisis, in light of the economic recession, to see whether we can support countries, help rerun their growth and macroeconomic models to ensure that as we begin to redo policies for the build forward, those policies are consistent, first of all, with the green recovery, but secondly, with the new normal in many countries, which is less revenues, additional social sector demands, but also persistent demands on growth enablers such as energy and such as ICT. We are also facing a challenge, of course, where our youth, particularly our young girls, are out of school. So we will need additional resources to make sure that we can send girls to school. All of these efforts we're putting in place, working, of course, with Africa's finance ministers, with yourselves, the technical teams, to see how we can create new fiscal space, how we can direct public expenditure, make it more efficient, make it more effective so that we can keep girls in school and ensure that safety nets are provided, but at least keep some resources for new investments. We believe, as we look at countries' budgets, that countries need to begin to ensure that their budgets are AFCFTA sensitive. What does this mean? Countries are ready to begin to implement the AFCFTA. We, as I have said earlier, in January 2021, January 1st, 2021, we launched the CFTA as a continent. This is a bold and ambitious agenda, which our leaders decided not to postpone despite the COVID-19 crisis, because it is with the CFTA, it is on the back of the CFTA that Africa will be able to grow out of the COVID-19 crisis. CFTA, as we've said many times at the ECA, provides biggest blueprint for implementation, for investment, and for growth on the continent. Therefore, investing in the CFTA is one of the anchor and cornerstones of the Build Forward Better strategy. On this map, we see the countries that ECA has continued to work with, and we want to thank those countries, despite the COVID crisis, to build their national competitiveness strategies to ensure that countries, as they begin to get and take advantage of the CFTA, are aware of the areas in which they can compete better, in which they can create more jobs, in which they can ensure that their youth and the rest of their economy responds and takes positive gains from the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. We will continue to work with many more countries. I think what COVID has done is has actually highlighted the strengths of different countries, the weaknesses of different countries, and the interdependence between African countries we have seen on the vaccine space, but also in the agriculture and food space. So we hope that we can build on the CFTA to do that. Prior to the COVID-19 crisis, we were already working in the health sector. We were looking at how we do full procurement to ensure that maternal and childcare mortality reduces on the continent. We're working on pool procurement because we know that pool procurement has a 43% saving in many budgets. It has a 7% improvement in the availability and access and affordability of maternal and child care drugs. The African Medical Supplies Platform, as Ambassador Rushi has mentioned, was actually a result of the work that the African, the AFCFTA, the ECA, the African Union, and many others in terms of the pharmaceutical sector on the continent. We've used that to the benefit of the COVID-19 crisis, but we should not forget the importance of maternal and child care on our continent. So we hope to go back to continuing to do the work on ensuring that pharmaceutical products for maternal and child care on our continent are readily available, are accessible, and are affordable through a pool procurement framework system, where we were working with 13 African countries that have signed the system to ensure that we can improve both the access, the efficiency, but also create jobs on the continent. Now more than ever before, we need to create more jobs. We were doing that before the COVID-19 crisis when we had about 13 million jobs that we needed every year. Now we need a little bit more, maybe 16 million more jobs to be created. So Africa must begin to produce some of its commodities on the continent to ensure that we can use that for job creation, but also to protect our economies. Countries listed today for the African Medical Supplies Platform, as you can see, we have over half of the countries on the continent that are actively using and have registered for the AMSP. I think that countries that have registered, I think Kenya has registered, I think Ethiopia has registered. We do need to update this graph, but we're continuing to work with the AMSP platform to see how we can ensure that more countries have access not just to medical supplies, but now also to vaccines. And working with the African Medical Supplies Platform allows us, I think, to strengthen the need for Africa to work together, to collaborate together. I think it has been demonstrated through the DSSI that when Africa works together, Africa gets results. Now, with the African Medical Supplies Platform, Africa was able to work to not get to ensure that we didn't have a shortage of PPEs, and we're hoping that we can use the African Medical Supplies Platform to also get vaccines as we go forward in this crisis. So we have been doing a lot as the Economic Commission for Africa to ensure that we are working the levels of vaccines, to ensure that we're working through the crisis to support the countries to provide the information that is necessary. One of the things that Africa is known for is the importance of the informal sector on the continent. Of course, the COVID crisis has laid to bay the informal sector. And one of the worries we have is to ensure that those who were in the informal sector prior to the crisis can be identified and get resources to provide better safety nets to them. We know where they are. With that in mind, the Economic Commission for Africa has worked collaboratively with some of the largest telco suppliers on the continent to ensure that we can build a database that identifies those who are in need of both health services but also economic services, so that they can get the safety nets that are needed in time, but also information on the COVID crisis. The countries that you see on your screen, of course, Congo has gone live. We want to thank the government of Congo for being the first country to go live on the Africa Communications and Information Platform. We hope that the next time we see you, we will have 5 or 6 more countries that will have gone live on the AC platform. Of course, to go live, you need to take some reforms in the ICT sector. So already building towards this digital economy, I think the test of many countries' readiness for the digital economy is actually going live on the African Communications and Information Platform, putting in place the regulations that harmonize information and harmonize systems to ensure that citizens can benefit from the information that government has, but also from the services that government has in an organized way. It will help us to ensure that we can begin to bring those who are vulnerable back into the fold. We know that when there is poverty in Africa, when there is a shock in Africa, those who will fall deeper below. And so with instruments like the African Communications and Information Platform, we can ensure that we put a floor to the cost and the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on our populations. We urge all the countries, hopefully you that are watching, to help us speed up implementation of the ACIP platform so that we can begin to work. This is how we reach the young women. This is how we reach even the women who are now working on cross-border issues and trying to take profit of the AFCFTA. We will need to know the ACIP will be able to provide us with information. What are the impediments to making the AFCFTA work better, work stronger for everybody? So again, I think the plea here is to say, can we ensure that, can we work with you to see whether more countries launch the ACIP, that we work together to get this information. Information would also help us to continue designing national competitiveness strategies, but also help countries ensure that the policies that they're putting in place to respond to policies that are affecting most of their populations. As we heard Ambassador Arushi say, with this platform, we can reach over 600 million Africans in different countries. So we will get ready information about what's working, what's not, on-time information. The countries can course correct and ensure that no one is left behind as we work to get out of the COVID-19 crisis. But more importantly, as we build forward and create jobs for the youth throughout this period. Another, I think, new revelation of the COVID-19 crisis has been the importance of ICT, information technology, and the importance of the Industrial Revolution for the continent. We have seen with the COVID-19 crisis, the ingenuity of Africa countries doing their own masks now, making sure that, we get a lot more production on the continent. But we could do more, we could do better, and we could use information technology as one of the linchpins. Before the crisis, 51% of Africa's GDP came from the service sector. A lot of that on the basis of information technology, and a lot of it on the basis of digitization. So we need to build a stronger digital ecosystem on the continent. That is why the Economic Commission for Africa has decided to run a pilot in 10 countries on the continent to see how we launch 5G so that our youth can design new innovative tools that can be used across the continent, which are faster, which are better, which are more efficient, but also which allows our youth to create their own SMEs, their own private enterprise, and grow the economy. I think one of the things that we have seen with the COVID-19 crisis is that there's been more investment in ICT, and that needs to continue. The African Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, Congo, which we launched 2 weeks ago now, we hope is going to become one of the core areas and core centers for artificial intelligence on the continent. We hope that collectively we can begin to move Valley to more AI centers across the continent that allow our youth the possibility to create their own businesses, to be more innovative, and to respond to challenges, not just of the COVID-19 crisis, but of the fourth industrial revolution and of the need for more jobs as we grow forward better from this crisis. For this, we're going to, of course, require that our governments put in place the right policy reforms. We've always said at the Economic for Africa that the digital Africa is an Africa where the internet is cheap, accessible, and fast. So we need to ensure that many more countries have a cheap, accessible, and fast internet connectivity to make sure that we can actually take advantage. The digital era, of course, is going to be a strong tool for closing the gender gap, because as we have seen at the Economic Commission for Africa, working with over 3,000 young girls online across the continent, the innovative capacity of our young girls on the continent, their ability to design, to innovate, to work together across borders, even as they do so virtually. We saw in our last girls coding camp in Ethiopia, girls from Ethiopia working with girls from Central Africa, girls from East Africa working with girls from North Africa to design new and innovative tools in the areas of maternal mortality, in the areas of climate change, in the areas of information technology, on girls, on gender-based violence, information around stress, particularly in this period of COVID, an amazing amount of work and an amazing amount of innovation. Also, um, gaming and a lot of sort of new and interesting games that were designed and developed. I think as we look at the United States, most of us will remember the new company Bubble that IPO'd and went into the billions of dollars. Any one of these young African girls could have done the same. They just need the right platforms, they need the right access. And we're hoping that together with you and ourselves, as we continue to do these coding camps, we continue to build and discover the innovative capacity of our girls, but also that we allow them then to close the gender gap, ensure they can all become new businesswomen as they go forward, hire more youth. We still need the 16 million jobs to be created on the continent, and we believe that our young girls through the coding camp can be part of the effort to create more jobs on the continent. We hope actually that we're going to be able to showcase some of these winners during this next few weeks. They come from your countries and ensure that, as countries do their policies, that, we continue to highlight the winners of this competition that we've held now in Zimbabwe, of course in Congo, and in Ethiopia, and we hope to hold more across the continent so that each one of us can discover the talent we have in our countries, particularly of our young women, and to ensure that they can be part of the solution as we grow out of the COVID crisis. ECA has done a lot more. We have, of course, the ECA Price Watch. I think we're running out of time. We're going to take a look at what we've done on the ECA Price Watch. We decided to look again at what we can do to ensure that countries are getting information and timely information on prices. What is impacting prices? I think we're already beginning to see the ECA Price Watch Center for Africa bearing fruit as we're beginning to work with research centers across the continent to do analysis, to bring our data together. One of the things as Africa works towards Agenda 2030 is the lack of data, the porosity of data, even basic data like price data, which is important for policymaking, for decision makers, even for business, to see whether it's a viable business or not. So we're hoping that with the work that we're doing at the ECA Price Watch Center for Africa, we can help standardize data on inflation, on energy prices, on construction, which was the last one we did. And we're very proud to say that we're beginning now to work with a lot of the research centers across the continent, particularly in West and Central Africa, but also in East Africa. Now, not just to do the price watch analysis ourselves, but to do it with the different research centers across the continent. And so policy, we hope, in those countries, as well as collectively on the continent, will be better informed by this. Of course, as we know, prices are a big determinant of poverty. Prices are a big determinant also of unrest. And so by being able to predict this, by being able to provide solutions about how we can manage these prices, we hope also that we can ensure that Africa remains peaceful and, of course, that we can manage the pressures of inflation going forward, but also begin to provide the right policies that countries need to ensure that, one, we are standardizing prices, but two, we're being able to manage the pressures caused by the COVID-19 crisis. The other things that the ECA has done, of course, during this period, in addition to the price watch, is we've been working with countries to support the development of their national plans and their recovery strategies. We've worked with a number of countries to do that. In addition to working on national development plans, we've also been working with countries to ensure that they are ready for a green recovery. A big piece of the work that we're doing for building forward is ensuring that we have a green investment analysis. We have launched a green recovery model working with Oxford University to see how we can show countries, demonstrate to countries the benefits of a green recovery. We have finalized the studies for 2 countries. As of now, we have the rest of the studies for Namibia, Mozambique, Kenya, Ethiopia, Congo, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Senegal, Egypt, and Tunisia, which are on the way. What the studies for DRC and South Africa have shown us, and we hope that as we discuss this week, you will have more details about those country-specific studies, is that actually if DRC, for example, decided to focus on a green recovery, we're going to work with countries to design that. It could have an impact of 130% more job creation it can also have a value addition, which means that we go up the value chain in terms of the work that we're doing, in terms of the sectors of the economy that are going to help support the recovery by 280% value addition. In South Africa, the jobs impact of focusing on a green recovery is a 250% impact on job creation, which means more jobs are created. Actually, so when we talk about a green recovery, it's also because it is better for Africa. It benefits Africa, it benefits our countries, both in terms of job creation, but in terms of value creation, value addition, as we see in South Africa, will go up to 420% if South Africa began to build forward better and greener. So the work that we're doing on the green recovery is, of course, one as we prepare for COP26 of putting Africa on the map and saying Africa is ready to have those discussions at COP26. But it's also to say that it's better for Africa if we focus on green recovery. As we talk about sustainable industrialization, I think we have seen many more countries working towards sustainable industrialization, but it's sustainable industrialization in jobs, in terms of value addition, but of course, in terms of getting to net zero by 2050 as part of the COP26 agenda. For this, we're going to need resources. The Economic Commission for Africa has been advocating for more liquidity first. I think there's a lot of discussion on the continent about debt and the rising debt of the continent. We've seen, as we showed before, that of course, as our GDP drops, our debt increases. But I think we must all stop and ask ourselves the questions on debt. Debt, of course, is an important part of growth. Debt is an important part of ensuring that we meet Agenda 2030 because we do need additional resources to grow. So the question is, how much debt and what are we using the debt for, and the cost of debt? The Economic Commission for Africa has been arguing that the cost of debt for Africa, particularly when we raise resources from the markets, from the capital markets, is quite high. 40% of the resources that have led to Africa's growth today have come from the markets. 40% of the resources that have led to Africa's growth have come from bilateral donors and 20% from the multilateral development agencies. This is that by definition, MDBs, which are concessional financing, 20% of our debt is a very small portion. 40% of our debt from the markets at very high cost. We must find ways of reducing the cost of access to debt so that we can align our cost of resources with the investment and the quality of the investment that we are putting in place. And that's why the EC is pushing for a liquidity and sustainability facility, which will help ensure that we get better market access. As we know, the markets have a lot more resources, trillions of resources, and that they're willing to put into a green recovery, but the cost of those resources remain high. And so we must find ways for Africa to access those resources at more affordable rates. The work on debt sustainability continues. We're grateful to the G20 for having launched a common framework. We hope that with the common framework, countries that need to restructure their debt can do that in an orderly fashion. As we do the liquidity and sustainability facility, as we work on debt sustainability, countries must continue to do reforms. I think one of the things that has been lost during this crisis is the fact that we have to celebrate that Africa is still standing strong because Africa has put in place, prior to the crisis, good public financial management agencies. A lot of your debt management offices have been working tirelessly to manage the debt. Of course, the DSSI has helped. We hope that the additional resources from the IMF, from the World Bank, and other multilateral development institutions will continue to help us support Africa as we build forward. But we also need to work on domestic resource mobilization. The ECA held a conference with the Deputy Secretary General on the extractive industries that need for more transparency in our extractive sectors. But that's looking at the past. Looking at the future, we must ensure that as we begin to design a more digital economy, how can we ensure that resources from this digital economy are channeled into the public sector as well? Taxation around the digital economy is well designed so that it doesn't hurt growth in those sectors. We're also looking at, of course, CG-linked bonds for the blue economy. We have good examples on the continent from Nigeria, from Seychelles, from Ghana, that's about to launch a green bond. So we know how to do this. We know how to raise resources. We must do them at affordable prices, but we need transparency in the use of the resources. We need to ensure that those resources actually deliver the investments that are needed, but also the revenue that is needed post-investment. And I think that the continent is still lagging behind on work that aligns investment opportunity and revenue opportunity in a way that ensures that our debt is sustainable going forward. So that's some of the work that we must together do as we build forward better, of course, building on the implementation of the AFCFTA. How will Africa deliver? We have seen that as the rest of the world gives itself a stimulus, the United States just gave itself $1.9 trillion again last week, so coming to about 21% of its GDP. Africa is still waiting for additional support, it's still asking for additional support. Africa has been using its own resources, but we need additional support to ensure that Africa can build forward better and faster. Analysis from the ECA has demonstrated that the sooner we get the support, the easier it is to build out of the crisis. The longer the support takes, the more difficult it is to get out of the crisis, and the less useful it is. So delaying the stimulus for Africa, as we show in recent work done by the macroeconomic division of the ECA, will actually further hurt our recovery, which is why we continue to clamor for resources and for support, particularly the special drawing rights, quicker and faster. As we close the conversations, I think the one big conversation which we will be having in the next 2 weeks is the World Bank IMF meeting. The World Bank IMF meetings will be deciding on the special drawing rights. The special drawing rights are important because they will help us rebuild economies, support our SMEs, support our youth, and provide foreign exchange. I think the biggest advocacy agenda that we can have going into the spring meetings, but first of all, working together, is the extension of the debt service suspension initiative for our low-income countries, probably extension of debt relief that was offered by the IMF, but most importantly, issuance of $500 billion of new SDRs and on-lending of those new SDRs so that we can create facilities such as the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility to support our private sector, grow out of this crisis, access vaccines. We still need, even though COVAX is giving us 30% of the vaccine, we still need somewhere between $4 to $6 billion to ensure that 60% of Africa is vaccinated and we reach herd immunity and we can open our economies to build forward better. So we hope that during this expert session, you will talk about these issues: debt, liquidity, efficiency of public spending, better transparency, more policies to crowd in investment, how we can ensure that Africa not only leapfrogs in the digital era, but takes the lead in the digital era, and how we can use the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and of course, the fact that we now have an African, the WTO, to make sure that the new rules for e-commerce trading are consistent with our African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and provide a unique advantage for our youth to be able to grow out of this crisis using the digital economy as the springboard for Africa's building forward agenda. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear sister, the Executive Secretary, Ms. Songwe, for the inspiring statements and the brilliant ideas for action, which we have as member states to follow very seriously. I would like now to call on His Excellency, the representative of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency, my brother, Tisfai, to make his statements.
Thank you, Ambassador Arushi. After his statement and the presentation by the Executive Secretary, I don't think much has been left for me to say. But it's, let me move through the motion of making a statement as a host country. Your Excellency, Dr. Vera Songwe, the Executive Secretary of the UNECA, Your Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Arushi, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the African Union and UNECA, Excellencies Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me express our sincere appreciation and thanks to the leadership and staff of the UNECA for organizing this important conference under the current challenging circumstances. These are indeed difficult times in which we are forced to operate under the specter of COVID-19 and the grim socio-economic consequences associated with it. Africa has made robust effort under the leadership of the African Union to grapple with this pandemic and to reduce its socio-economic impact. This was done by working together with the global partners and through mobilization of the African public. These efforts have produced commendable results, but Africa is not yet out of the woods. The current access to vaccines could be considered a very good start, but by no means sufficient to make a meaningful impact. As the Executive Secretary alluded earlier, we take comfort in the fact that no one should be left behind. Therefore, Africa will have to continue to work together in the spirit of Pan-African solidarity and in collaboration with global partners to improve access to vaccine and to make a difference in this fight against the pandemic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a source of great satisfaction to note the commitment of the UNECA as the lead UN policy research institution dedicated to Africa in assisting policymakers on such issues related to the socio-economic impact of COVID-19. We wish once again to thank the ECA, its leadership, for doing this. In this regard, the 53rd session of the UNECA and the Conference of African Ministers of Finance is timely and critical for understanding the complex nature of the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic and for charting the best way forward under these difficult circumstances. Finally, I wish to warmly welcome you, even if most of you are not in Addis Ababa, here in Addis Ababa physically, to this conference. I also wish to assure this August gathering that Ethiopia, as a firm adherent to the principles of multilateralism and as a proud host to the UNECA headquarters for over 60 years, will do everything possible to support the UNECA for the successful conduct and fruitful conclusion of this series of meetings. I thank you.
I thank you, Excellency, my brother Tisfai, for those insightful remarks. Our next order of business is the election of the incoming Bureau. I would like now to announce the results of the consultations on the composition of the new Bureau of the conference. The members of the new Bureau are, following the consultations, Chairperson, Republic of Equatorial Guinea, First Vice Chairperson, Republic of Madagascar, Second Vice Chairperson, Republic of Zambia, Third Vice Chairperson, Republic of Sierra Leone, Rapporteur, Kingdom of Morocco. Are there any objections to the composition of the proposed new Bureau? Okay. Senegal? Yeah, Senegal. You have the floor, please. Unmute, you have the floor. Senegal. Delegation of Senegal, you have the floor.
Bonjour. Je m'excuse, j'ai levé la main sans faire exprès.
Greetings. I apologize. I raised my hand by mistake. Thank you.
It's a mistake. Okay, so thank you very much, Senegal. It was a mistake. I would repeat again that following the consultations, the composition of the new Bureau is as follows. Chairperson, Republic of Equatorial Guinea. First Vice Chairperson, Republic of Madagascar. Second Vice Chairperson, Republic of Zambia. Third Vice Chairperson, Republic of Sierra Leone. Rapporteur, Kingdom of Morocco. No objections to the new composition of the Bureau? Having seen none, we declare the new officers elected as proposed. I now would like to have the honor and the privilege to invite the representative of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, my dear brother Obama, to sit at the podium in his capacity as chair of the Bureau of the conference. But before that, I would like to take this opportunity to express on your behalf, on behalf of all members of the outgoing Bureau, our gratitude to all actors and stakeholders who have worked for the success of our mandate. Special thanks to my sister, Executive Secretary, Songui, and the whole team of the ECA for their brilliant accompaniment, of the chairmanship of the Kingdom of Morocco. We wish you all the best, keep safe. And now I would like to invite my brother and their brother, Obama, to come and take your place at the podium. in order to preside over the meeting.
If I may, I would also like to commend to, this is not in your agendas, so probably everybody's watching, but I would like to thank Ambassador Ruchi and the outgoing Bureau for their support. I think when you took over the chairmanship, this Bureau, 2 years ago today, we did not, can you hear me? 2 years ago today, we did not know we were going to get the COVID-19 crisis. But you have stayed with us 2 years, Ambassador Arushi. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry.
Interpreter can hear me, so we can hear. Okay, yes, so you can hear me. So I do want to thank on behalf of the Economic Commission for Africa, but I think on behalf of all the permanent representatives, really the work that has been done by Ambassador Aruchi. We have had amazing moments with you. We did a retreat in Seychelles. We had a wonderful CoM in Marrakesh. Last year when COVID hit, you worked with us very kindly to ensure that even though we had COVID, we were able to send all of our statutory reports to New York. We met collectively as the Bureau to ensure that our conversations happened. I want to thank all of the Bureau really for your endless support. If today we are having a CoM, we're able to launch, if we're able to open, if we're able to have a new Bureau, it's because you worked overtime. You worked for 2 years rather than 1 year to steer us through this very, very difficult crisis. So I want to thank the government of Morocco for all your support, ensuring that we kept big agenda items on the agenda, such as climate change. You continue to push us to do that. The ambassador of Zambia, ensure that we continue to talk about debt and debt relief. I think Ambassador Obama as well has been there. Of course, the ambassador of Ethiopia, the PR, we wanted a big CoM party as we handed over and we brought this back to Ethiopia. It is in Ethiopia, but it is in Ethiopia virtually. So thank you for hosting us. But thank you also for all your support in the last 2 years. So we have experimented on working with our Bureau in a much closer way. I think that with Ambassador Arushi and your leadership, we have done that. We hope that as Ambassador Obama comes in, we will continue to rely on the CoM for the messages of Africa going after your support and your guidance as we build forward. So again, really on behalf of all of the staff at the ECA, we just want to thank you, Ambassador Arushi and the outgoing Bureau, for the support and for the diligent work we've done over the last 2 years. Thank you again, and I give you a round of applause.
Thank you, my sister. Now I will hand over, to our brotherly country, Equatorial Guinea, and I know that my brother Obama, will give all the strength to these ideas for action. Thank you very much, Obama. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we are done. Yeah, we need to leave.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen.
Merci, mon frère ambassadeur.
Thank you, my brother, Ambassador Arushi, for giving now the seat to Central Africa, to Equatorial Guinea. I must thank the Executive Secretary General, my sister, Madame Vera Songwe, all the staff of the Economic Commission for Africa. I wish to seize the opportunity to thank Central Africa, to Africa as a whole, for giving us this great responsibility that is chairing this 53rd session. We will continue the work started by our colleague, Ambassador Arushi from Marrakesh. It is an honor to work with you and to continue the work started by Ambassador Arushi of Morocco. We will do our best to ensure that everything relating to the action plan of ECA may move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, it is my pleasure to chair the proceedings of this works from the conference room here in Addis Ababa. Due to restrictions linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Bureau of this 53rd session has decided that physical attendance at the ECA complex will be strictly limited or restricted to people who are already in Addis Ababa. This is in order to keep safe. The Bureau decided this following the health restrictions put in place by the local authorities. That said, please allow me to welcome once again all those here present and all those with us online. Before launching the various presentations of the Secretariat, I wish to share some useful information, some housekeeping rules that will enable us to proceed in a timely fashion. We must be conscious of certain factors so that this meeting that is organized in a hybrid fashion be a success. Those online need a total and uninterrupted access to everything done in this room. They must be able to participate fully. Likewise, people here in Addis Ababa must be able to hear everything that's said on in order to interact effectively with those online. Participation rights to this statutory meeting same whether we are here in person or whether we are here via the internet. That's why we must pay attention to the various points that the Secretariat is going to out. Madam Landla, you have the floor. May you give us these very critical guidelines for these proceedings. Thank you. Allow me to take the floor once more, Your Excellency, to once again thank you and welcome you as our new chair for the CoM. But I would also like to say on behalf of all our colleagues from ECA and from the ambassadors in Addis to express our condolence. We are conscious of everything taking place in the Central Africa, especially in Equatorial Guinea. I believe that given that you're already standing, if we could all rise in order to observe a minute of silence, because this was a major accident that unfolded in your country. We'll seize this opportunity perhaps to think about our friends, our colleagues who were plagued by the COVID-19 pandemic. So I urge everyone to stand for a minute to recognize to pay tribute to the accident there in Bata and for all those who died due to COVID. So I'll rise and we'll observe a minute of silence. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you.
I'm the secretary to the Economic Commission of Africa. And as he also has noted, we have gone through great lengths to make sure that we meet all the statutory obligations of this meeting. I can announce that we have established a quorum, and we have done so by having sufficient registrants on our website and accrediting enough member states for us to have a quorum. I also want to say here that even those who are participating online have equal participatory rights, as Ambassador Obama has said. And what we're going to do, if anybody online would like to take the floor, please use the raise the hand function. We're discouraging the inclusion of messages in the chat box, and I'll explain why. As you know, all decisions of this body are made as a majority of those present and voting. Therefore, it would be unfortunate if somebody would write a comment in the chat box and expect this to be treated as a decision when we have not had an opportunity to present it to the larger audience. So please, if you do want to raise a point, whether it's a point of order, whether it's moving a motion, a procedural motion, please kindly raise your hand and we would give you the floor. So I just wanted to make this very clear. As I have noted, we would vote, all decisions would be taken as a majority vote, and the way this would be done is through what we call a silent procedure. If there's a need to vote, we would present the decision, the proposed decision. We would then leave the floor open and request for any objections. And if there are objections, we would again put it to a majority vote and take a decision on it. So it was important for the Secretariat to go through all lengths to make sure that this is done in a manner that whether or not you're online or in this office, in this room, you have equal opportunities. So we thank you for doing so. And on that said, I will just make a couple of points. As you would have noted, there are all three languages: Arabic, French, and English. We also have sign language to accommodate those who might be hard of hearing. I also want to mention, as you have heard from our correspondents, as you have read, this is a paper smart conference. And what this means is that we have minimized the printing of papers and encourage member states to do so. And we have therefore provided all the documents online. However, should member states feel like they need a printed copy, we would be more than happy to oblige them. But before doing so, please kindly check online the website and you would find the papers there. Finally, in the past, we have had time for evaluating the conference. Of course, this time, given that most participants are online, this is going to be done differently. And the way it will be done is that ECA would communicate with all those who have registered and would provide them a link for evaluating the conference. So, distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, thank you for this opportunity to take the floor to explain these to you. If there are any other questions, we would be more than happy to clarify. And I once again ask Ambassador Obama to kindly come to the podium and to continue. Thank you.
Fan lay activé ci icône bi wala ci gin.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Lama.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lama, for presenting the practical modalities for this meeting. I also want to acknowledge what the Executive Secretary, Ms. Vera Songwe, said as she stands in solidarity with the people of Equatorial Guinea following the Bata explosions that took place over a week ago. And I know that many countries have expressed their material and moral support to accompany my country, and I really appreciate it. I believe we can move on to session 1 after the official opening ceremony. And we need to take into account the time, which is not on our side. And it is now 12:30 p.m. Let's try to move forward and start with session 1. The theme is the overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. And Ms. Vera Songwe, the Executive Secretary, set the tone for this. So the time allocated for this agenda item is 1 hour, 15 minutes. And we will then have a general discussions. I hope that we can now listen to Mr. Hopestone Chavula, who is the officer in charge of the macroeconomic analysis section of the macroeconomic and governance division of the UNECA. He will talk to us about the recent economic and social developments in Africa in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chavula, I hope that you're ready to make your presentation. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to make a presentation on the recent development on the African continent. Thank you. Could you please allow me to share my presentation? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, once again. And let me take this opportunity to thank all the opening statements, because they have actually made my life very easy, since most of the issues have been raised pertaining to recent developments on the continent. And what I would do is just to highlight the main issues pertaining to the growth on Africa, the fiscal policy performance, the monetary policy performance, the social development, well as the policy evolutions as we move out or we try to recover from the COVID-19 crisis. I'll start with the key messages. We estimate that Africa contracted in 2019, despite the recovery that most of the countries experienced in the third and fourth quarter of 2020. And the outlook, because of that, looks positive. Fiscal deficits actually widened in 2020, mostly due to increased government expenditure, which actually, as countries were trying to combat the spread of COVID-19. This basically has put most of the African countries at risk when it comes to the issues pertaining to debt distress. Most of the countries actually practiced accommodative monetary policies, which were actually maintained to cushion the negative effects of the pandemic on economic activities, despite some countries experiencing inflationary pressures during the period. Trade actually declined also due to the pandemic. However, we expect that the implementation of the free trade area is expected to boost mostly the intra-African trade. In terms of social developments, most of the gains that were made over the past decade, and the progress made mostly in education, health, and poverty eradication were noted or reversed in most of the countries due to the pandemic, giving a challenge to most of the countries to achieve the SDGs. Access to financing is actually countries could embark on, especially to restore lives and livelihoods, and regaining momentum towards achieving the SDGs and 2063 goals. So in terms of growth, growth remained subdued on the African continent, and we estimate that GDP still contracted in 2020 within of 1.8 to 5.4%, as the executive secretary indicated, mainly due to the downside risks that the continent has been facing and is facing, mainly related to the second wave of the infections, relatively lower commodity prices, significant fiscal risks, as well as conflicts in most of the countries over the period. However, 2021, as indicated earlier, looks much positive because of the positive growth that most of the countries experienced, especially in the fourth quarter of 2020, and the restoration of holiday and travel expenditure by most countries as we recover from the crisis, and the optimism that has been brought about as a result of several effective COVID-19 vaccines that have been made available to African countries. Indicated earlier in the opening statements, fiscal deficits actually widened over the period due to increased government expenditures. And in terms of regional desegregation, observed that North Africa experienced the largest fiscal deficits in 2020, estimated to be around more than 20% of the country's GDP. While Africa recorded the lowest, mainly as a result of the deliberate fiscal consolidation measures that most of the countries embarked on in the sub-region. It is also observed that COVID-19 has mostly affected countries that are more dependent on tourism and hospitality industries. These have severely been affected by the COVID-19 outbreak compared to the other countries. Also, in the same line are the oil exporting countries or producing countries, which have mostly been affected by the fall in demand, the decline in global demand for oil, with a resultant fall in prices, global prices, which have intensified fiscal deficits in these oil producing countries. Debt burdens have also widened or worsened in most of the countries in Africa, due mostly to development needs that the countries require, coupled with extra budgetary borrowing needed to tackle the pandemic. These have also exacerbated the risk of debt distress in most of the African countries. North Africa is estimated to have had the highest debt to GDP ratio among the sub-regions, mainly contributed to by the high levels of debt to GDP ratios in countries like Sudan and Algeria. Central and East Africa are observed to have experienced the lowest debt to GDP ratios, mostly in Central Africa because of the strong revenue mobilization strategies and the limited new borrowing and the arrears clearance that most of the countries embarked on over the period. In East Africa, it has been much lower, mostly because most of the countries have experienced lower debt to GDP ratios, as most of them actually have less than 40% of their GDP in these countries in the sub-region. In Southern and West Africa, debt is expected to have been relatively high in 2020, mainly driven by COVID-19 rescue packages and lower global demand, especially in countries such as South Africa, Angola, and Zambia, which are mineral and oil producing countries in the sub-region. In terms of monetary policy, it is observed that most of the countries maintained the accommodative monetary policies, mainly to cushion the negative effects of the pandemic, to serve businesses, as well as small and medium enterprises, together with the related households in the different countries. Policy rates remained low, below the levels of 2019 in most of the countries. Interest rates and the treasury bill rates actually had fallen in most of the countries, and that fall actually enhanced economic agents' access to loans. This also led to the lower level of the non-performing loans that the countries have actually experienced in most of the countries over this. However, inflationary pressures in certain countries have reduced policy spaces and threatened the price stability, despite most of the countries experiencing low levels of inflation. But there are some that have had the increasing inflation, hence affecting price stability and the efforts to make use of the existing policy space. There also have been increasing macroeconomic vulnerabilities, mostly led by the reduced remittances that we might be aware of, as most of the business slowed down within and outside the continent, falling revenues as the exports lowered, and the deterioration of global demand. In terms of trade, Africa's trade performance also declined over the period. You notice that the intra-African trade declined by 13% over the period, as compared to the exports from Africa to the rest of the world, which declined by 20%, which has been much higher as compared to the intra-African trade. Relatively, these figures are contrary to what was experienced during the 2008 and 2009 financial crisis, where intra-African trade exports only went down by 10%, while the exports to the rest of the world went by more than 30%. In this regard, with this scenario, we believe that the continental free trade area is likely to play a fundamental role in the continent's recovery process and beyond as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. As we continue looking at the social developments, one notices that COVID-19 has significantly affected social development progress on the continent. Much of the progress that was achieved in recent years, especially in education, health, and poverty eradication, has been halted or reversed by COVID-19 pandemic, hence affecting the country's efforts to achieve the SDGs and Agenda 2063 goals. ECE estimates that the number of people living in poverty is expected to increase between 49 and 161 million to the pandemic, but resting on 100 million as the more realistic forecast in terms of the number of people that are going to be significantly affected by the pandemic in terms of poverty levels. Annual formal job creation is stated to have declined by between 1.4 to 5.8% in 2020, especially due to the pandemic, as the pandemic mostly affected the supply and the demand sides of the different economies on the continent. As we move forward, as we get out of the 2020, still there are prevailing risks and uncertainties that most of the countries are experiencing or are expected to experience. One of them is the second wave of infections that actually started towards the end of 2020, still prevailing in most countries currently. Expansionary measures that actually are derailing the development processes in the different countries as the resources are being diverged to the to combating the COVID-19 pandemic, and rising debt levels due to the pandemic still pose downside risks to many countries' growth as we move forward. Also, the post-election instability in some countries and the social unrest, some of which have been caused by the pandemic-related economic hardships and lockdown fatigue in most countries. Also, they have induced some sense of uncertainties in most of the countries on the continent. Climate also still poses a risk, mostly as most of the economies are agricultural dependent, and particularly those countries that are at high risk of extreme weather events, which history could tell us mostly in Southern and East Africa. Most of the countries usually get affected by these weather conditions, hence undermining the growth prospects in the countries of these regions most of the times. On the other hand, we could see that the pandemic has created opportunities for climate resilient green growth, as the executive secretary indicated in her opening remarks, which would actually help African countries embark on a green recovery for sustainable industrial development that most of the countries are encouraged to embark on. And lastly, looking at brief policy recommendations that came out of the different analyses that carried out. One is the encouragement policies that would encourage green investments aimed at increasing productivity and facilitate durable recovery from the crisis with the aim of achieving sustainable industrialization would be one of the main issues that countries could embark on. The support to SMEs and strengthening social protection systems to revitalize lives and livelihoods. This is basically because most of the population in different countries find work in these particular sectors of the economy. It employs greater proportions of the population in the African continent. Strengthening health systems, which have actually been seen to be of a challenge, especially through the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic, which have showed the weaknesses in our health systems. Hence, the need to embark on strengthening these systems, as well as establishing regional state-of-the-art health centers that the countries are encouraged to embark on. There's need to build on and strengthen existing monitoring and evaluation systems, as well as statistical systems to continually assess and refine mitigation and recovery measures. This actually comes into being because of the importance of timely and the more reliable statistics and the data that we need as African countries, so that we carry on more effective and timely policy measures to combat different challenges that we face as a continent. There's need also to support. There's need also for support from the international community, mostly when it comes to addressing liquidity constraints to promote the recovery process. This was also dwelt a lot upon by the Executive Secretary. Mostly if we look at the issues to do with new issuance and the allocation of SDRs, special drawing rights, access to lower cost of credit by African countries, orderly debt restructuring, mainly following the common framework that the G20 has put in place, as well as the recapitalization of the multilateral development banks, so that they could be able to support development initiatives in the different African countries. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I think these were the short highlights that we wanted to present to the House. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Merci. Je vous remercie, Monsieur Savula.
Thank you, Mr. Chavula, for that very clear presentation, and that prepares us for our discussions. I will continue chairing the meeting as Mr. Rucci did earlier on. I'd like to indicate that the overview given of recent economic and social developments in Africa within the context of COVID-19 was very brilliant. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected many of our African economies, and during this expert segment of the meeting, we need to look at the economic performance of our countries. And we know that trade is on decline. And we also need to be optimistic. There are possibilities of economic growth in 2021. Due to the arrival of the COVID-19 vaccine on the continent, let's hope that we will get the vaccine, that most of the population in Africa will get the vaccine to counter the negative effects of the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, As I said earlier on, the presentation was crystal clear, and I would now like to open the floor to those who wish to express themselves. Over to you, ladies and gentlemen. It will be member states taking the floor. And they may be partners who wish to take the floor as well. But we will begin with member states first, followed by the others. I see Egypt. I'm taking down a list of speakers. The only delegation that wishes to take the floor is Egypt, and therefore I hand over to the Egyptian delegation. You have the floor.
The office, the Bureau of the Council of Ministers, as well as all the other member states that have been elected as part of the Bureau, and also allow me to thank the outgoing Bureau for the excellent work that they have done across the last 2 years, which were very difficult, not only to our continent, but to the whole world. And let me also extend our appreciation to the work of the EA led by Ms. Vera Songwe for all what they have done, especially in such difficult times. Chair, I would have a few comments first, or a few questions, and then some comments on the policy recommendations that we have in hand. The first starting with the questions, we have seen in the presentation that the projections for the year 2021 will be much better than last year, given the good indicators that we had in the last quarter of last year. My question to the Secretariat would be, these projections have put also into perspective the second wave and the delay in vaccinations in the continent compared to other continents, or in specific the developed countries that have already had a very good start when it comes to vaccination. So were these conditions put into perspective when the projections were put for the year 2021? If so, we would be very happy with the numbers. Having said that, Chair, when we go to the policy recommendations, we definitely support the encouragement of green investments, and we see that this is the way to have a turn of events when it comes to the development in the continent after post COVID-19. We do, however, caution that while this remains the main priority to go to green investments, it should not be the only priority. Countries are facing a lot of challenges with the pandemic, and speaking of liquidity, speaking of many other things, the need to support informal sector, the need to support the rural areas, for example. So as much as we support having green investment. It just needs to be put in perspective that we will be needing other kinds of investment that will also answer to the other priorities of our countries. Having said that, I thank you again, Chair, and congratulate you again for the Bureau. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup la délégation d'Égypte. Je pense que
I thank Egypt. I think the Secretariat is going to take due note of that and respond accordingly, because this is a challenging time that we are going through, given the pandemic, which is affecting Africa. And we haven't yet obtained all the vaccines necessary for the entire continent. And we've taken note of your comment concerning the movement towards the green movement, the post-COVID one. And that's a relevant comment. I thank you once again, Egypt. And we're going to continue with the Algerian delegation, which is going to take the floor. You have the floor, the Algerian delegation. Thank you very much, Chair. I do not know whether you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you clearly. For the video, I cannot be able to reactivate it. I'm sorry about that. I have been deactivated from the video by the host. So, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm the representative of the Minister of Finance of Algeria. I thank you, first of all, for your election to head this bureau. And I thank all the members of the bureau, and I congratulate them. I would like to assure you of our full support during this conference. I'd like to commend the EA with Madam Executive Secretary at its helm for all the efforts made up to date to support the countries within the framework of the effort against COVID-19 pandemic. I commend the presenter who has made an excellent presentation, and I think all has been said. But what I would add is that I'd like to lay emphasis on a key message. We have been experiencing economic increase as underlined in the economic perspectives at IMF and other institutions. I've lost the speaker. Yes, he's back. So the interdependence of different economies is quite crucial. However, that's my first message. We need to remain very careful given this condition and situation. Even if the vaccination campaign is underway, even in Algeria earlier this year, there are certain worries concerning the pandemic and the new wave of contamination, and given the rise of the new variants. The risks can exist definitely due to the qualities of access to vaccines and the decrease of room for maneuver of different economies. So these uncertainties of the changes in the pandemic to the fact that one of the challenges that is faced by African countries, we've lost the speaker again. The speaker keeps getting off the... Well, I hope that these efforts won't be compromised. And I think the first thing to do, to be done by the ECA, is to play a role in partnership with our other development partners to make sure that they continue revising all the economic activities and their efforts, because this is important for the prospective work that each country must undertake internally. Now, when it comes to the national level, the governments have done a lot in terms of emergencies in the area of socio-economic improvement. Actions must be, made still further because these interventions are quite costly. Some countries have experienced recession, and what we need to do is to make sure that we revamp the economies to ensure that the economies grow further. And equitable access to vaccines is a prerequisite to our improvement and forward movement, because no one is safe until everyone is safe. So I insist on the multilateral action, which must be consolidated to improve access to vaccines for all countries and to have the necessary funding related to that, and ensure that different actions are undertaken within the framework of the African Union, which has realized a very active team to ensure that there is an adequate quota for the vaccine doses of African countries. Now, the other message of concern that we need to look at is the viability of the debt, which is quite high given this pandemic still. So we need to ensure that that debt doesn't become a financial crisis, or which would be detrimental to the developing countries, and especially those that are low-income countries. Those are the few messages that I wanted to put forth in my intervention, Mr. Chairman. And once again, Chair, thank you. And we definitely cooperate and support with you under your chairmanship. I thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, dear brother, representing the Minister of Finance of Algeria. You have said it clearly. Your three messages are clear. So that we think further pragmatically about what we are doing, we should look at the matter to do with hope and care in the way we do our things in all the different perspectives that we are undertaking this year. You've talked about the equality of vaccine distribution in the world and ensure that this multilateralism and lead to mobilization of vaccines for all the countries of the world, especially the low-income developing countries, and ensure that this goes a long way to support the economies of the countries. So we need to encourage this right from the start and ensure that the debt affects African countries is dealt with appropriately. I thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, let me take the floor for 2 seconds, Mr. Chairman, because I have just a comment. Sorry, and I crave your indulgence of the report. Algeria is mentioned as a country which promotes tourism. I think that, we are not classified appropriately for Algeria. We are not in that category, Mr. Chairman. Just a correction that I would like to bring to your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Secretariat will definitely make the appropriate clarification and rectification of your concern in paragraph 11. We continue with our session, and we are going to give the floor to Madam Amina from Tanzania. Madam Sabani, are you with us? You're from Tanzania. If you're, please take the floor.
Hello, I'm here with you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished member states, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At the outset, I wish to use this opportunity to commend you, Chairperson and Economic Commission for Africa, ECM, for convening this important meeting. On the same, I wish to express my appreciation to you, Honorable Chairperson, for the manner that you are steering this meeting. Regarding the presentation of the overview of recent economic and social development in Africa in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, Honorable Chairperson, Tanzania takes note and welcomes the recommendations made in the report of the recent economic and social development in Africa in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. With rising attention on COVID-19 pandemic, the African governments executed various interventions to protect the public against the disease. The measures were undertaken across sectors, and each country took different approach in addressing the pandemic, including total lockdown, closure of the borders, mandatory testing, travel restriction, etc. This affected the economic performance of our countries and global economy at large. As the President was saying, Honorable Chairperson, as many countries did, the government of Tanzania has taken various mitigation measures to support affected sectors, including allowing taxpayers experiencing challenges to pay tax areas in installments, granting duty remission at a duty rate of 0% for 1 year on raw materials used for manufacturing items such as diagnosis, prevention, treatment, and management of the COVID-19 pandemic, including masks, sanitizers, ventilators, personal protective equipment. Also, financial support was provided to various sectors, including tourism, which was more affected by the pandemic. At the same time, the government continues to institute accommodative monetary policies geared at cushioning the economy from the negative impact of the pandemic. Also, increased efficiency in the management of public funds by allocating funds to priority areas with multiplier effects. Further, the government continued to invest in ICT systems to support the voluntary tax compliance. Indeed, Tanzania, like other countries, took containment measures, both scientific and traditional ones. Moreover, the government continues to encourage all citizens to take precautions and adhere to health guidelines provided to protect themselves against communicable diseases, including COVID-19. In this regard, Tanzania is in full support and commend the recommendation that whenever such a pandemic or similar misfortune hit our countries, there is a need of assessing the effectiveness of the mitigation and recovery to undertake. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madame Amina. Thank you for sharing with us the Tanzanian experiences with regard to recommendations on the effectiveness. Thank you. And I think with Madame Amina, we do not see any other hand raised requesting for the floor. Is there any other person who would wish to take the floor? I'm wondering. I think that there is none. So we shall continue with our work. Mr. Karimju is going to take the floor to respond to the questions raised by the delegation of Egypt, Algeria, and Tanzania. Mr. Karingi, you have the floor. After that, the other presenter will take the floor after Mr. Karingi. Mr. Karingi, you have the floor.
And we have our director for macro here, Bartolomeo, who can respond on the points that were raised by the member states before I make the presentation on regional integration.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you to the chairperson and to the comments and questions that were raised, several of which were actually comments. But the one raised regarding the model and whether it factors in the of vaccinations, you would notice that the model has the 3 scenarios. And in those scenarios, we take into account the number of infections or the percentage of the population that is infected, ranging from 10% to 50%. So the worst case scenario actually is what would capture the lapses in vaccinations. So yes, the model takes into account the situation where vaccination rollout is not as fast as we'd like it to be, and that is consistent with increased number of infections. There was a question, we take note of Algeria's observation that it shouldn't be classified as a tourist destination or a service-oriented economy. I believe that is what the import of that comment was. But just to make a general observation about the recovery, there was a question also about the green, the recommendation for countries to embark on a green investment pathway. This is not mutually exclusive to countries pursuing other development pathways, but also a green investment pathway need not exclude small and medium scale enterprises as well. We definitely, it is obviously the right of a country to pursue its own development agenda, leveraging its natural resources, human resources, and its strategic positioning in the global arena. However, we have observed that the continent has the resources, what we call the green resources, that can catalyze a development pathway that is sustainable over time. We've also observed that the old pathways of development that are fossil fuel dependent may not be strategic or sustainable over the long term. As countries move away from fossil fuel and the demand for fossil fuels declines, there is the real possibility that several of Africa's fossil fuel endowments may decline, leaving them stranded. So in anticipation of this changing demand landscape, we are making the recommendation that countries diversify and also capitalize on an opportunity that is really waiting to be taken advantage of, which is investments in the green area. And those investments really can be devised in a way that bring in all sectors of the economy, including the small and medium-scale enterprises. So in the case of, I think, Tanzania's comments, definitely the recovery has been taxing on the fiscal buffers of countries, including yours. We recognize that in the process of actually supporting, restoring lives and saving livelihoods, countries have expended a lot of their fiscal resources, and therefore to ask them to continue to do so without any kind of concessionary financing would actually elevate their debt vulnerabilities. We've noted, for example, that 12 countries, African countries, have been downgraded since the pandemic. And it is in this context that we are advocating for a new issuance of special drawing rights in the amount of $500 billion. But beyond a new allocation, we believe that given the disproportionate needs of African countries in terms of development financing, that new allocation must be accompanied by a reallocation that favors or addresses those development needs. So I think I'll stop here and really to say that we are with you and we will continue to work to ensure that Africa's financing needs are consistent with what it actually requires to ensure a sustainable and sustained recovery from the pandemic. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur. Thank you very much, Mr. Savola, for that clarification, and those comments fall within the framework of the discussions and comments made by the member states. I think that, Mr. Stefani, when I see Karingi, as I sometimes call him Stefani, would you like to add something with regard to the comment made by Savura and the member states? Stefani.
Macro and Governance Division, Bartolomeo Ama, and he has responded on behalf of the Secretariat from the presentation of Mr. Savura. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. C'est toujours important. Many thanks. It's important to listen to you every time. Now, with those words, we are going to go for a health break. Sorry, and for details, I shall give the floor to Madame Nana. Madame Nana, could you shed light on how we are going to spend the health breaks?
For those who are here in the room, we invite you to join us for a short coffee and some snacks in the UNCC conference room right back of here. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would welcome you back online in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome to the 53rd session of the Conference of Ministers. We are looking forward for you to join us to discuss with us the harnessing of ideas of how best we can act on ensuring that Africa attains the diversification objective and the industrialization agenda that it has been pursuing for so many years. Africa has manufacturing capacity. What we need is to harness it, because COVID-19 did actually demonstrate to us that if we repurpose what we have, it is possible for us to be able to produce goods and services that we need for the continent. Also, when the supply chains got broken, when lockdowns were instituted in most of our countries, we were able to see digitalization is also possible, because we were able to
industrialization of the African economies. We also have the Adedeji lecture. Those of you who know the history of the ECA are familiar with one of our prominent executive secretaries, Professor Adebayo Adedeji. So in honor of the work that the ECA does and in which he contributed, we do have a series of Adedeji lectures every time the ministers are meeting. So we welcome you also to the Adedeji lecture, which this time will be delivered by Dr. Rob Davis, the former Minister of Trade of South Africa, with a focus on the AFCFTA and how we can make the AFCFTA successful.
We are going to listen to the Director of Regional Integration and Trade and have him present the theme, which is related to regional integration in Africa within the COVID-19 pandemic's perspective. Mr. Stephen Karangithi, Mr. Stephen Karangithi, please. Trade and Regional Integration Director. Mr. Karangithi, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Obama, and experts, dear delegates. I'm pleased to present to you this report from the Secretariat on the assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. And I would want to say that the presentation that I'm going to present cannot do justice to the document that you can find in the PaperSmart portal. That is the document E/ECA/COE/39/7*, because that is the document that really indicates what's happening on regional integration in the continent. It also gives details on what the Secretariat is doing in terms of supporting the states in the area of regional integration. But just to give the highlight, essentially all of us know that regional integration is one of the key pillars for our continental integration. And one of the things that you do whenever you meet as a committee of experts is to take stock of the progress that the continent is making in terms of regional integration. Now, this monitoring of this progress is not only anchored continentally, it's not only looked at continentally, but it's also looked through the anchors of regional integration in the continent, that is the regional economic communities. So the presentation is based on a report that we produce every 2 years that is assessing regional integration in Africa. And in the second chapter of our latest report, we discuss in details the assessing regional integration, the African Regional Integration Index, because it is through that index that we capture the different dimensions of integration within the continent. These dimensions range from trade and market integration, infrastructure, development, productive integration, the movement of people and the movement of goods. We also look at issues of governance and security, and also in the report that you'll find in the portal, we also look at how the whole agenda of regional integration has been so crucial in terms of helping the continent deal with COVID-19. So that's basically what the presentation is going to focus on. So what are the key messages that you'll find in that report? Now, the key messages are actually arranged in the context of the different dimensions that I've mentioned of regional integration, which you can see they are ranging from trade and market integration to governance, peace, and security. But just to restate that regional integration is remaining a key pillar for our development. The member states, as reported in the document you have also shown the commitment to this agenda, as highlighted by the progress that we have made in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, we can come back to this, but I think from the presentation of the Executive Secretary this morning, she was actually able to demonstrate that besides the ratification and the start of trading, many African countries who are members of the regional economic communities are already doing a lot in terms of ensuring that they have strategies implementing the AFCFTA. Now, in our report, we highlight that though progress is being made, it's uneven, it's not balanced in terms of the regional economic communities, and I'm going to come back to this issue. The report also highlights that one of the key areas of our integration, for us to achieve success in integration, infrastructure development is key, and so the report gives in details the different sectors of infrastructure development, ranging from energy to roads to railways. And we also highlight the importance of meeting the financing gap of this infrastructure. Now, free movement of people is critical to the realization of the continental agenda. So the report that you have also indicates what is happening in terms of governments putting in place policies that allow the African people to move from one country to another. And this, we want to continue highlighting, is critical to the realization of the AFCFTA, and especially because the services component of the AFCFTA also require the movement of people. So let me then move quickly to some of these sectors. So under the trade and market integration, intra-African trade continue to perform below par. Now, there has been a slight increase before COVID in terms of intra-African trade. By 2018, we had risen by an extra 2 percentage points based on where we were in 2017. However, compared to the other regions of the world, we continue to punch below our weight. We could do better as a continent. And in the context of the theme of our conference, we know intra-African trade, if it is deepened, it would also enhance the diversification, or at least allow us to achieve the opportunities for diversification and also industrialization, especially as we trade more on intermediate goods. Now, most of the regional economic communities, as you will see in that report, and Africa in general, tend to trade more with the rest of the world, and especially with Europe. And as you will agree, and this is what the message the Secretariat has been passing to you since last year when COVID-19 struck, we noticed that the dependence, especially in the area of pharmaceuticals, to this external supply of what is needed to deal with an epidemic like the one we had, it had a big implication to Africa being able to respond in an efficient manner. So, coming now to the different dimensions, and again, why I'm emphasizing that you need to look through the report, it's because in the report, we take each of those dimensions of regional integration and we go through it in details. However, for the purposes of this presentation, I just want to highlight what is happening in the different regional economic communities in terms of their performance for each of these dimensions. So as you can see before you, we have the different regional economic communities, and each of those regional economic community, we also indicate how it is doing in terms of an index score on trade and market integration, on infrastructure, on the free movement of persons, on the productive integration. Now, those scores range between 0 and 1. Each of those colors is supposed to range between 0 and 1. So the closer it is to 1, the better the performance of the regional economic community in that specific dimension of integration. And of course, the closer it is to 0, the poorer the performance of the regional economic community in terms of that dimension of regional integration. And all this is based on the findings of the Africa Regional Integration Index, which of course is some work that the Secretariat does with our partners, the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, and we hope that going forward, we'll also continue with other partners. So on the basis of this, in terms of the highest performing REC on trade integration, North Africa, the Arab Maghreb Union, it has a score of 0.5. Remember, the best score is supposed to be 1, so even for North Africa, more could be done in terms of trade integration. In terms of productive integration, and this is basically where you have the trade in value-added goods, and this is the focus of our conversation during this conference. In terms of productive integration, all the regional economic communities are not doing very well. Productive integration is the one that drives diversification, is the one that drives industrialization, is the one that drives more and more trade of services. And as you can see, besides the Arab Maghreb Union and the EAC, who are leading in the productive integration, but also with a score that is less than 50%, more can be done in that. ECAS, EAC are the best performing in terms of macroeconomic integration with scores of 0.7, and I think this is a reflection of the advanced nature of integration in terms of the macro area. EAC already moving beyond the customs union to a common market. SADC has the least infrastructure integration score of 0.2. ECOWAS and EAC are the best performing regs in the free movement with a score of 0.7 each, and these are also replicated in the visa openness index that we highlight in the report. So I hope I've been able to at least give you a highlight of the performance on the different dimensions of regional integration, because I know I only had 7 minutes to do this. So going forward, what you see before you are basically the expectations, or at least what the Secretariat is proposing to do and doing with the member states, and also what it is expecting the member states to do. So, of course, we hope to continue enhancing the capacities of member states in building on the collaborative work on regional integration, supporting the efforts the ratification of the protocol on the free movement of people, because again, like I said, without that, even for the AFCFTA, we cannot be able to maximize. Also, the Secretariat would also want to continue paying particular attention to some of the special cases or the special conditions some of our member states face. So we will continue working with the landlocked developing countries and transit countries in mainstreaming the VPOA, because if you look at the pillars of the Vienna Program option, those pillars, all of them speak to the regional integration agenda. As part of the AU and the UN framework for enhanced partnerships in peace and security, we want to continue working in that area, knowing that without peace and security, regional integration may not be easy to realize, and vice versa. Regional integration deepening also enhances peace and security. We do call on governments to adequately support key sectors which have been severely disrupted by COVID-19. In our report, we indicate how the AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative was instrumental to Africa's response, and we believe that collaboration that we are calling for in the first recommendation is going to be critical if governments can work together through the cooperation to deal with the COVID-19. We are going to continue working to get support from Pan-African institutions in terms of technical and financial support to mitigate the negative impact of COVID-19, and also to have joint efforts with government, private sector, and other partners to advocate for the financing of the infrastructure development in order to reduce the financing gap that I highlighted. And of course, as COVID-19 has also showed, and we'll come back to this issue when we are discussing the theme, digitalization has been one of the key aspects that have kept trade moving across the continent through e-commerce. So we are calling for the member states to keep enhancing digitalization at all levels to facilitate trade and automate international trade procedures. And I think the example that we saw of Girls Can Code is one of the things that we believe countries can prepare in terms of ensuring that they take advantage of digitalization. So, Chair, that's a highlight on the performance on regional integration. And I look forward to receiving comments during the discussion. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
I'd like to thank you in turn, Mr. Stephen Karingi, for that clear presentation. And it was an assessment of progress in regional integration in Africa in this context of the pandemic 2019. Is within the trade sector, infrastructure integration, migration, freedom of movement, COVID-19, and lessons learned within the framework of cooperation in the area of health and governance, peace and security. So those are the few he has tackled, and we have taken due note of his recommendations as to what member states must do and what the Commission should do within the framework of cooperation within the perspective is progress of integration of African continent. And we thank Mr. Stephen Karingi for that clear presentation, and we shall speedily move to the session of giving the floor to the member states. The floor is open to the member states. As usual, the member states have the priority to take the floor, and then we shall move to the other members. So the member states that would wish to take the floor, it's high time that you took the floor now. Thank you, Chair. Can I take the floor, Mr. Chairman? This is Gabon. This is Gabon, Mr. Chairman. Gabon. Mr. Advisor, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me, Mr. Chairman, to thank the presenter for this very comprehensive and clear presentation. Just as you rightly said, we have learned an important element, which is the AFCFTA. We know that AFCFTA is being implemented since January, and within the framework of regional integration, we reckon that could lay emphasis or even work more with the member states when it comes to capacity building. Countries are still ratifying this agreement, this very, very crucial agreement. However, the ECA has highlighted that there are organizational challenges which still exist, and that we must make sure that countries adapt to this movement so that we can produce more, because we need to change the products that we produce locally. Now, this adaptation is definitely necessary. It is necessary, and we urge the ECA to work more with the member states in the implementation, not only of the regulatory processes, but also the capacity of the AFCFTA to determine the ways and means of implementing this AFCFTA. without the support of the ECA, we need to remember that the AU is working a lot with the General Secretariat of FCFTA that was set in place. So we request the ECA to continue to work in this direction so that our AFCFTA can be able to really take place and be implemented fully. So that's what we can say at this juncture. I thank you, Chair. I thank you in turn, the delegate of Gabon. I thought you were online, but you are with us in the room. Once again, I thank you for your relevant comments that you have made, laying emphasis on the need for the ECA to support capacity building, which is always crucial. The capacity building to the member state and the regulatory process, the legal process within the framework of FCFTA, so that it can become operational. You have also recognized the work done by the AU. So I think that the Secretariat will have comments to make with regard to your interventions. So let's continue. Are there any other member states that would wish to take the floor? The member states that are online have the right to take the floor on issues presented. So the floor goes to Tanzania, and that's Madame Amina. You have the floor, Madame Amina.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you once again for giving me the floor. I commend the presenter for the presentation well done. Honorable Chair, the government of Tanzania appreciates the report on assessment of progress on the regional integration in Africa in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. In the same note, the country commend ECA Secretariat for a good support extended to member states and regional economic communities, especially in the making sure that the integration agenda is achievable. Tanzania wishes to express in her sincere commitment to that effect. Honorable Chairperson, following the presentation on this agenda item, we've noted that ECA has shown
Il semble que Madame Amina a des problèmes de connexion.
Madame Amina has faced connection challenges. We have lost her. Madame Amina, apparently we have lost you. So let's move to Mr. Drabe Diop. We hope that Mr. Diop. Mr. Diop, could you please take the floor as we wait for Madame Amina to reconnect? And could you tell us the country that you belong to? Mr. Diop? This is the delegation of Senegal, and I'm with the Minister of the Economy and the Minister of Industries and the Directorate of Development. Madame is going to take the floor with regard to the recommendations made. Thank you. Thank you. We thank the ECA for the presentation made on the status of regional integration. Now, concerning the recommendation, when you look at the macroeconomic model and its availability, there was an initiative of a macroeconomic model. So we would wish to know how far that process has gone. Of course, we have had the pandemic, but we would wish to know the progress. And we request the ECA to give us statistical data, because this model requires a lot of information. We need to ensure that there's availability of information, and also that there should be harmonization, because we haven't seen this happening. So it's important when we are to compare countries, we need to know the progress made in terms of harmonization with regard to macroeconomic development at the continental level. This would help us to realign ourselves when it comes to international level. The second concern on integration, regional integration, here we see the same problem. When it comes to the elaboration of regional integration, do we do it individually? You know, this requires harmonized information again. So in the recommendations, we need to ensure that harmonization is laid emphasis on, so that there's proper comparison between countries. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Madam Sir and Mr. Job. Now, Mr. Job, would you please take in? Would you wish to take the floor again within the perspective of the comments related to recommendations from Mr. Karinji? No. She has said it all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Job. Madam and Madam Sir. Now, Burkina Faso delegation is going to take the floor. Mr. Dingali, please take the floor. I thank you, Chair. I thank the panelists who have presented very commendable reports. Well, as I was saying, I pay tribute to the chair for giving me the floor, and I thank the panelists for the reports that they have put before us. We would wish to align ourselves to the recommendations of these reports, but what we would like to raise is that all the reports agree to the fact that the inter-African trade is very weak and low, and that the creation of the FCFTA is to try to raise the level of trade between countries of Africa. Appreciate this free trade zone or free trade area, but we need to ensure that infrastructure is necessary to make sure that all the bottlenecks that exist are removed, so that the African products can be made to reach their destination cheaply. This delegation, Mr. Chairman, would like to know, recognize the fact that, of course, at the AU level, there are certain efforts being made to try to build infrastructure to support intra-Africa trade. We think mainly that through competition, the transportation of products from A to B is crucial and important, and that infrastructure, especially railways, exist in areas of Africa. And, of course, a South African product could reach West Africa through railway. So the cost of transportation must be looked at to ensure that the products can reach their destination without a lot of cost. Now, the products, the railway products at the AU level, and would wish to know, through ECA, any initiatives in that regard to support this AFCFTA, the free trade area, by making sure that products can move freely from point A to B within the African countries, and that the costs are not prohibitive to ensure that there is proper trade. We think that, of course, we need to do everything to make sure that the different areas of Africa are interconnected, including Burkina Faso. And when we look at Burkina Faso and Gambia, these are countries which are close to each other. But we need to simplify such cases of transportation of products. Thank you. That's our contribution. And of course, that's in line with the agenda item. I thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Jengande from Burkina Faso, for your comment, your precise comment with regard to infrastructure, to the promotion of intra-African trade, which is aimed at supporting intra-African trade, as we take into account the fact that infrastructure is still a challenge. And the AU is working to ensure that this is resolved. So we shall listen to the comments of the AU with regard to that question, which is very, very crucial within the framework of promoting AFCFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area, which must definitely be implemented. Now, is there any other delegation that would wish to take the floor? With absence of any request for the floor, would I request Madam Amina to come back online? I don't know whether she has been able to reconnect. Madam Amina, please take the floor if you are available. Please take the floor and make your point.
Chair, I'm sorry, my apology for the interruption. Do you hear me? Chair?
Yes, Madam Amina, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Following the presentation on this agenda item, we have noted that ECA has shown commitment in continuing to boost intra-Africa trade. However, it is not very clear on how ECA will implement this issue. We therefore, in the opinion that ECA should pronounce itself on how their policies and programs are going to boost intra-trade and how can member states access the support. Furthermore, ECA has shown commitment in continuing to capacity in the area of macroeconomic and forecasting models in economic planning and development. Tanzania wishes to express her interest in accessing this support, particularly at the juncture when Tanzania is embarking on the implementation of the third National 5-Year Development Plan. Honorable Chairperson, as ECA is focusing on making sure that all member states ratify and implement the CFTA agreement through raising awareness and extending support in the developing national implementation strategies, and do analytical work on the interface between AFCFTA and REX FTA and Customs Union. Tanzania is of the opinion that emphasis be placed on the need to rationalize the work to be done by REX and that to be done at the AFCFTA level. Also, to avoid duplication of efforts, we recommend fast-tracking of operationalization and strengthening of the African Union institutions that are in place, specifically the financial institutions, to facilitate implementation of the AFCFTA. Indeed, the infrastructure development is key in regional integration in Africa, and Africa has financing gap in meeting the infrastructure demand. We really request ECA to focus on resource mobilization strategies to minimize the financing gap. Thank you, Chair.
Je vous remercie, Madame Amina, pour.
I thank you, Madame Amina, for that, for those very, very pertinent comments, recognizing the demands of different countries, which recognize the work that the AU must do to support member states on REX, the implementation of the AFCFTA, the Africa Free Trade Area, to make sure that this is effective. So recommendations, we have listened to Gabon, to Tanzania, to Senegal, and we have listened also to the delegation of Burkina Faso. Now, turning to Mr. Stephen Karengi, I think it's time to give you the floor again so that you respond to the concerns raised by member states with regard to the AFCFTA. Mr. Karengi, you have the floor.
Pertinent comments and interventions, and also they are appreciating the work of the Secretariat. So, from the honourable delegation of Gabon, there is he highlighted the AFCFTA. We are implementing it within the framework of regional integration, and he calls upon the ECA to work more with member states, and specifically capacity building that will make it possible for them to implement the AFCFTA. I would want to highlight here and maybe give a little bit more details. Yes, indeed, we are working closely with member states on the AFCFTA implementation. First and foremost, in terms of the development of the AFCFTA implementation strategies, we are working with at least 40 member states who have signed the AFCFTA, and these member states are at different levels of the development of their strategy. Some of them have validated. But critical to the question that has been raised by Gabon is to say that for some of the countries that have validated their strategies, and I have in mind here the example of Togo, the example of Cote d'Ivoire, they've already moved to this next level of, because they have set up an implementation mechanism, including the institutions that will be instrumental to the implementation and the realization of the AFCFTA. And I would also want to mention Nigeria, which is also has an institutional mechanism, and it's now working with the Secretariat. First of all, to ensure that the new institutional mechanism is supported in terms of, first of all, intellectually, in terms of knowledge, but also where possible, where we can actually have residence capacity. That is what we are doing with Nigeria. So I want to say that for us to be able to build this capacity for the implementation of the AFCFTA, countries need to have a coherent implementation strategy so that at least the capacity that is developed lead to good results. Now, the delegation of Gabon did also talk about the issue of the regulatory processes. Yes, indeed, these implementation strategies that are working with you, some of them do actually identify not only the sectors where you have comparative advantages or the services where you can actually achieve more, but they do also identify some of the reforms, the regulatory reforms that may be necessary, be it in the area of infrastructure or logistics, so that at least the countries can make progress. And yes, we work closely with the African Union Commission. We do also work with the AFCFTA Secretariat, and we hope actually to work even more with the Secretariat as it takes the lead in the implementation of the agreement. From Madam Amina of the delegation of Tanzania, I hear two issues. First of all, you talk about the EC's work in the area of macroeconomics. Now, I believe this relates also to the previous presentation, but also more importantly to the fact that in my presentation, I did indicate that one of the dimensions that we monitor is also in the macroeconomic area, because you cannot have trade taking place unless you have the right macroeconomic environment. So we are doing that. We are also happy that the government of Tanzania has also reached out to us to work closely on the issue of the strategy for implementation of the AFCFTA. And so if what you want to do is, first of all, to start on with the deepening of the awareness raising, we are happy to do that. I'm happy to report to you that yesterday, the East African community, because you also talk about the regional economic communities integration agenda, the EAC Secretariat was yesterday hosting the validation of the EAC AFCFTA implementation strategy, of which Tanzania is part of. And yes, your message about the mobilizing resources for infrastructure, and the comment that was also made by Burkina Faso in terms of infrastructure development, they go together. Now, for the delegation of I think you are also asking a specific question to the Secretariat about the macroeconomic model development. And I think we can come back. I don't know whether my colleagues in macro do have a response to this specific question with regards to Senegal. But you link that to the fact that even if you have the model, data is going to be an issue. And you highlight the same in terms of the regional integration by saying that probably the index that we have highlighted that has been used in terms of comparing the performance of the communities in terms of the different dimensions, you raise the question of the harmonization of statistics so that there can be comparability. So I would want to say that our Africa Center for Statistics, as you know, is working very hard in terms of working with the national statistics offices in terms of statistics development. And I think we have demonstrated this during this time of the pandemic, including in the price watch idea that you had this morning. It's all about the question of data and comparability of data. But your point, Senegal, is very well taken. We, as a secretariat, always work to ensure that we compare oranges with oranges and not oranges with apples. So it's a point that we'll continue paying particular attention to. Coming back to the last point from Burkina Faso, because I think you wanted to know what is the Secretariat doing in terms of infrastructure development, knowing that we have continental frameworks that are led by the African Union in terms of infrastructure development. I was going to say that, the Secretariat is working hard on the, in terms of, if you recall the last slide of the Executive Secretary, or the second to last slide of the Executive Secretary, we talked about the issue of liquidity. We talked about the issues of SDRs and where those SDRs should go to. And one of the things that the Secretariat is really advocating for is that part of these additional resources, especially if the SDRs are reallocated, should also go into building resilient infrastructure, especially green investments, renewable energy, because we believe energy, railway, roads, all those are critical to the realization of the AFCFTA. I did highlight that the Secretariat does pay particular attention to the landlocked developing countries, because for those countries, infrastructure is critical, and that is one of the other things that the Secretariat is doing. And in terms of the infrastructure development, I think you recall in Marrakesh, we talked about the issue of railways development, and we said that, okay, while the governments are investing a lot of money on railway development, maybe by using some of the instruments like the Luxembourg Protocol, they can actually allow the private sector to be involved in the financing of the infrastructure development and also the infrastructure services. So the promotion that we have of international instruments towards making infrastructure development accessible and possible is also one of the things that the ECA is doing. Lastly, Chair, there was actually an interesting question and an important question that Tanzania also raised, which maybe I should, she asked the question of the interface between the AFCFTA and the regional economic communities. Now, I can say at this point, Honorable Delegate from Tanzania, that the Secretariat is actually looking and working seriously on this issue. We have been engaging with the regional economic communities and our continental institutions, because the articles of the AFCFTA agreement are very specific that the regional economic communities, if they have made progress in terms of liberalizing goods and services, when it comes to the implementation of the AFCFTA, as a member state, when you're making your commitment, you don't want to roll back the gains that have been achieved through the regional economic communities. So as a secretariat, we'll be releasing a report with very clear recommendation on how we see, based on the work we have done, and which has been peer reviewed by the regional economic communities, what is the best way to manage the interface of the AFCFTA and the regional economic communities driven free trade areas and other integration issues. So all these is basically to a response to the many questions and the many points that are very pertinent that were raised by the member states. Thank you, Chair.
Merci à vous, Monsieur Karim.
Mr. Keringi, thank you for your relevant comments in response to the concerns that have been expressed by member states. I endorse what you just said about the need to continue with the work that will be an interface, it'll make an interface between the AFCFTA and the REX. The work that AFCFTA is doing is crucial. Indeed, I have Madam Karima Ben Sultan from IDEP. Madam Karima, are you on? Yes, Chair. I am online. Thank you for giving me the floor. And to add to what our colleague Stephen Keringi said, indeed, there are many contributions from speakers relating to the need to strengthen member state capacity when it comes to trade and implementing the FTA requirements. Indeed, our colleagues from the Trade Division have a whole training program. It targets member states and more specifically the policy needs they have. But IDEP, which is an ECA training organ, also is working to make sure that there's a critical mass within the decision makers, the technicians, of people who are aware of how to take forward AFCFTA issues. I just want to inform everybody that in our training program, we have a module that talks about trade integration, talks about gender, because we know women are very involved in trade in Africa. Then we look at the digital realm. We know that e-trade is important and applies to all those who are involved, from the parliamentarians right through to the people at the grassroots level when it comes to trade. So we have a standard module for this, but we also have a tailor-made module for countries to set precise requirements in these areas. I've finished, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Karima, for having added to the comments that Stephen Karinji just made, particularly when it comes to this issue of capacity building. It keeps coming up, and yes, we realize that in this process, capacity building must be a continuous process so that member states can indeed play their role when it comes to the AFCTA. So we thank you for having supported Stephen's contribution. Any other comments? Any other speakers? I see that it's not a delegation, it's a member of the Secretariat, the Commission. Mr. Savula, we're always delighted when you wish to contribute. Savula, we give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to add on what Mr. Karingi has indicated in terms of the question from Sida, let me indicate that if that was related to the macroeconomic modeling project that we initiated with Senegal, COVID came in when we were about to kickstart the process, and let the member state know that we have completed the preliminary work, and they will get in touch with our counterparts on the country level soon after this meeting to actually organize the modalities on how we can conduct the training itself. This will be done soon after this, in collaboration with our West Africa sub-regional office. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chavula, thank you very much for this contribution. It does actually shed some light on, in response to the expressed by Senegal, the need to look at the macroeconomic modeling requirements in relation to COVID-19. Thank you. I see no further request for the floor. Therefore, I would like to suggest that we adjourn, we go for lunch, and come back in 20 minutes' time. Some points of information, Madam Lala? Madam, would you like to give us some information, please?
More concise.
specific to the point. And in this regard, we would like to bring your attention to the subpoint K in the conclusions and recommendations, which speaks of the support of the ECA on the implementation of the joint United Nations and African Union framework for enhanced partnership in peace and security. We believe that it's a bit global and should be more specific in that there are already designated organs, whether at the level of the African Union or the United Nations, that deals with this issue, and it's also a bit outside the economic mandate of goes beyond the economic mandate of the ECA. So my delegation wishes to propose either we reformulate this subpoint or simply delete it. Thank you, Mr. Person.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Morocco. Sorry that we hadn't seen that you wish to speak. It's a very precise point that you have raised. So we believe that will have taken note of such a concrete recommendation to the point about 15. Para 15. Would the Secretariat like to respond on Morocco's comment?
That we present before you, because they are usually quite rich with examples. And so this so first of all, your recommendation is very clear. I just wanted to give context on how we can move towards the precision that you are looking for. As you know, the Secretary General has been very clear about the need for us to work, even as a secretariat, as the Economic Commission for Africa, to ensure that there is an integration of the different pillars of the United Nations. So development, human rights, peace and security are all we are supposed to work with them in a manner that they are integrated and not just focus on the development. Of course, we put more resources and time on development, but we know that cannot be realized without also getting right the other pillars. So that's the context. And of course, in the context of the UN reforms, we know that there is what we call the Regional Collaborative Platform that has actually been put in place. And if you look at the of the Secretary General that are being implemented through that, they are also expecting the Economic Commission for Africa as the lead of the development system or the development interaction with the African Union Commission to also carry with it the work of all the other United Nations organizations, especially the United Nations Development System, which of course works beyond development to also include human rights and also peace and security. So that's the context. But as ECA, we know very clearly that in the context of regional integration fosters peace and security. And then also without peace and security, we cannot be able to achieve regional integration. So that's the context. We can try to precise this recommendation to that very specific part so that it is not as broad as it is. Your recommendation is very well taken, and we will work on this and have you look at it again. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Mr. Stephen, thank you very much. You have actually shed some light on the concern Morocco expressed, well, the recognition and the responsibility incumbent upon our institution in relation with institutions working in the same area. I think this is a very crucial point. And we'd like to give the floor to any other delegations. Well, we see that we have a delegation, Mr. Madrekwe, before we go for lunch, from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My brother, Madrekwe, you have the floor, sir.
Good day, Chairman. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the authors of this report for a very fine document. I would specifically like to comment on the work they covered on information and communication. I think is really important. I would like to say that given the fact that Africa is not, we've done very well in terms of adopting digital economy as a strategy. However, I don't think we're doing enough. There's still more room for improvement. I would therefore like to recommend that the report reflects the importance of technology revolution in advancing Africa's integrated market. I believe that by showing that African governments and RECs are interested in adopting more advanced technology to unify African countries, it will be a good signal for investors to invest in even more innovative technology to unify Africa. This is my recommendation for the conclusion and recommendations chapter document. Thank you, sir.
Nigeria, thank you for this contribution. I think Dennis will be the last speaker from the Secretariat, I believe. Would you like to take the floor before we adjourn? Privat Davis, would you like to take the floor, please, before we break for lunch? We are repeating the names. Dennis Akuchai has indicated a wish to speak. If he's online or we give him the floor. All right, then let us, we had the comment from Nigeria, the contribution from Nigeria. I don't know whether the Secretariat wish to speak to that while we wait for Dennis to get connected.
On what is happening on the digitalization among our member states and our regional economic communities now and moving forward. So the next time we meet and make a presentation to you, we'll have a specific focus on that. But I do expect us to discuss that even more when we discuss the theme this afternoon. So thank you. Thank you, Nigeria, and thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Stéphane.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen. I think we shall break now. We worked on two important sessions this morning. The overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We then went on to look at an assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. These are very key areas for member states, the African Union, the Secretariat, everybody working within these frameworks, given the realities of the COVID-19 pandemic. Having said that, what is left for our meeting today is session 3. But before that, let us rise for lunch. Thank the Commission once again for having provided us with the experts for the panels. The Commission, must mention, has given a pragmatic overview of the way member states can receive assistance to follow our proceedings here, because they have provided interpretation, they've provided sign language interpretation. So with all this said, I think we can rise for lunch. It is time for the lunch break. 20 minutes, madam? 20 minutes. Yes, I think you're right. Let's take a little bit more time for lunch. 35 minutes for the lunch break, and we shall come back in this room in 35 minutes sharp. Thank you. Having said, let the session rise. Thank you very much.
to the 53rd session of the Conference of Ministers. We are looking forward for you to join us to discuss with us the harnessing of ideas of how best we can act in ensuring that Africa attains the diversification objective and the industrialization agenda that it has been pursuing for so many years. Africa has manufacturing capacity. What we need is to harness it, because COVID-19 did actually demonstrate to us that if we repurpose what we have, it is possible for us to be able to produce goods and services that we need for the continent. Also, when the supply chains got broken, when lockdowns were instituted in most of our countries, we were able to see digitalization is also possible, because we were able to employ the digital services to be able to continue delivering goods and services for our citizens. However, we know there are things that need to be done in terms of the infrastructure development. So the ministers of finance will actually be discussing beyond Industrial Revolution 4.0, what are the other things that needs to be done in terms of ensuring the diversification and industrialization of the African economies. We also have the Adedeji lecture. Those of you who know the history of the ECA are familiar with one of our most prominent executive secretaries, Professor Adebayo Adedeji. So in honor of the work that the ECA does, of Adedeji lectures every time the ministers are meeting. So we welcome you also to the Adedeji lecture, which this time will be delivered by Dr. Rob Davis, the former Minister of Trade of South Africa, with a focus on the AFCFTA and how we can make the AFCFTA successful.
ديال وصلنا قلنا لهم دابا من بعد هاد التعدي واش نوليو نوصلوا 5:30 قالوا لك لا بقى واحد يكون حد 5 والليكيب الثانيه ديال 5 هي اللي وهادشي دابا هادي حنا ما كنخدموش دائما هادو اللي كيفتحوا راه داكشي عندهم كيديروا الشروط ما انا في المغرب كتبقى الضرب ما قال لي ديالي شي ديال ساعه ونص اش ما كاين ودايرين بينا 3 في لا كابين عاد كنكونوا غير جوج انت علي شي ضعف انا ما كنعرفش واش كنسمع هنا ولا كنسمع هنا حتى انا
Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Oui, aucune question de ma part. Tout est clair. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
We apologize. We'll wait for the interpreter to resume. Well, it seems interpreters are now available. Mr. Stephen, you may proceed. Thank you.
Sorry, let me just.
COE/39/4*, and it is basically the issues paper on sustainable industrialization and diversification of Africa in the digital era in the context of COVID-19. So just want to make sure that the clicker is not working. Sorry, okay, so the clicker is working. So we, in the morning, we talked about what COVID has done to our economy. I think we had an elaborate presentation on what the COVID-19 has done to our economy. And we are agreed that as a continent, just like the rest of the world, Africa needs to recover from the impact of COVID-19. We need to have strong engines to drive this recovery. We believe that industrialization, diversification of our economies is actually one of those engines that can actually be able to help our economies recover. And we believe that this engine of industrialization can actually be optimized through digitalization in this process of building back from COVID-19. Now, of course, if we do not recover from the impacts of COVID-19, based on the statistics that you saw earlier when the ES, the Executive Secretary, presented, and when the macro team, Hopestone, also presented, then we are going to continue facing the challenges that, first of all, we had those challenges in the lead up to COVID, but they got worse at the time of COVID. So as you can see, as a whole, as a continent as a whole, we have a situation whereby we have deepening of fiscal deficits, worsened across the sub-regions within the continent. And so unless we have a situation whereby we have growth that leads to higher domestic resource mobilization and of course higher earnings from international trade, it may not be possible for us to recover from this. So the deficits that you see worsening here, industrialization and diversification in the digitalization, in this era of digitalization, is actually one approach, or at least one pathway through which we can get out of that. So that's the main argument through the issues paper. Now, so even though COVID-19 made life difficult for individuals, for the society, and also for our economy, at least there was a silver lining in it, in the sense that it accelerated digitalization in Africa. So as you can see, or at least as we have indicated in the issues paper, we have a situation whereby as a continent, we were able to leapfrog at least 5 to 7 years that would have had to be spent trying to be where we are today through this digitalization process. And we will come back to that. But this digitalization, which has emerged as a silver lining and as something that Africa is able to do, has also exposed the deficiencies that we have within the continent. So we want to industrialize, diversify, as we move into the Industrial Revolution 4.0, digitalization, we've been able to demonstrate as a continent, we can be able to use it. However, those of us who have been following the statistics and the numbers and the data would also know that the broadband speeds, as there was more demand from home, as we had education being delivered digitally, the broadband speeds changes in Africa fell by a significant number, a significant percentage compared to the reduction of the speeds in other parts of the world. So basically, you have a situation where digitalization shows it can help in our recovery effort, but at the same time, we have not invested enough, or we need to invest more, so at least we can make optimal use of that. So this digitalization needs to be seen in terms of the investments that are required for us to be able to diversify and to industrialize in the context of the experience that we've had in the last few months. Moving on, for some reason it keeps refusing to move. Okay, so, but there's industrialization that we believe is a pathway to this recovery. It's also changing. We know the Europeans were able to do it in the 18th century, and in the most recent past, we have seen how China has used industrialization. Why do we say that the industrialization pathway as we know it is changing? It's basically because of the question that we raise of sustainability. So we cannot have the same, and I don't want to belabor this point because this question even came up when we were discussing during the first session, whereby the green recovery that we are arguing for, the question of the just transition to that green recovery was actually raised as something that we have to pay particular attention to. So the issues paper makes a very strong argument that the old emission-intensive pathways are no longer available for the continent if we are going to use industrialization as our path for recovery. And there are already examples of if we do not pay particular attention to this agenda or to this issue of old-style industrialization and its implication on climate change, if we do not pay particular attention to that, we already see the effects of that. And I think in our issues paper, we link climate change to the destruction of infrastructure and also the loss of lives and the impacts on the food security in the southeastern part of Africa when we had cyclones Idai and Kenneth in 2019. Now, at this point, I would also want to mention when we met with the permanent representatives in Seychelles in 2019, we were also able to present, and I think those statistics are also available in other reports of ECA, that show that actually climate change is having a significant impact in terms of the GDP implications, GDP growth implications for Africa, be it in terms of the money being spent to deal with it, and if we don't deal with it, how difficult it will be for us to remain on a huge growth trajectory. So we cannot do the industrialization the way we wanted, the way it has been done in the past. And so as we discussed today, we have to ask the question, how best do we diversify our economy and do we industrialize within this context of also having to deal with the question of sustainability because of the climate change implications of the continent. And also we have to ask the question, so how do we deal with all these resources that we have that in other parts of the world they have been used in this industrialization, how we are not able to use them for that. Now, so in the issues paper, we remind you of the different, where we are in terms of the industrialization pathway. But today we are focusing on industrialization 4.0. And so we are saying new technologies are the ones that we need to take advantage of as we think of the new industrialization African way. And we highlight the 21st century industrialization 4.0, the kinds of things that are being used, that are changing the kind of manufacturing we have. You have intelligence, advanced automation and robotics, 3D printing, big data and e-commerce, all these are basically changing manufacturing as we know it. So the question is, how well is Africa prepared to take advantage, or at least be able to use these kind of technologies or advances in its diversification, industrialization process? Now, a lot of this automation also we know is also having an implication of servicification. And we also have to, the issues paper argues, and as I demonstrate, manufacturing today, it tends to have a lot of value being derived from the services that are delivered before the actual production takes and after the actual production takes place, and that is what we mean by servicification here. And so the question is, how is Africa prepared to take advantage of these new technologies as it tries to use industrialization as a way of recovering from COVID and also as a way of building resilient economies? I think I've been able to outline that we do actually have a challenge. And this challenge is because industry as we know it is not what it used to be. The way value is created and how it is captured today has changed compared to where we were before. And so the question is, how well is Africa positioned to be able to be at that place where the value is maximized? Now, I've indicated that manufacturing today, we are talking of diversifying our economies, which means manufacturing is going to be one of those, manufacturing many different products is going to be one of those things that we need to do if we are to industrialize and make our economies resilient. But the question we need to ask ourselves, how well are we positioned? Because the product development, the softwares, and the after the production, after sales services that relate to the manufacturing, that's where the value of the manufacturing has moved to. Do we want to be a continent that somebody is doing a design somewhere, and then all we do is actually to do the actual production, yet the actual production is not where the value is. It is in the design and what happens after this, after the production. Now, digital technologies, we believe, as we know, are enabling and being used in the automation of the routine tasks. And so the question is, what does this mean for the continent? And we know also the jobs that are engaged in these routine tasks are actually being exposed based on what is happening with robotics, 3D printing, and also artificial intelligence. In our issues paper, we give examples of what is happening in different countries, and some of the companies, even within Africa, that are involved in this before the production, companies that actually can be optimized to at least to demonstrate that Africa can do it. So the risk for Africa, as we argue in the issues paper, is that the number of could have been manufacturing jobs actually are likely to decrease because of the way things are changing. And I think COVID-19 has also demonstrated that this change is likely to be more rapid than we thought maybe 5 years ago. So moving on, what opportunities then exist for our continent in this sustainable industrialization through digitalization in the COVID era? There are huge opportunities for the continent. First of all, we have our trade agreement. The trade agreement is giving us a common space such that if you produce in Ethiopia, you can sell anywhere within the continent. And you can derive also the service anywhere within the continent. So we believe, as we argue in the issues paper, that there are opportunities moving forward in this change industrialization 42 of the 63 elements that are used in the low carbon tech, and especially within the context of fourth industrial revolution, are found in Africa. So there is no reason why value chains or continental value chains cannot be underpinned using these green minerals. Now, clean energy, which is a way of building competitiveness, building the other energy that we already have, the potential, it is almost 9 times of what we have as installed capacity. So how do we harness this green energy and use it as an opportunity, as presented as an opportunity in our effort to industrialize? Other opportunities that exist in this framework is basically the digitally delivered services. And we know that from Africa, this has been 2.5 times since 2005. And we have a global market of $3 trillion. This is based on old statistics. I want to believe because of the reaction, or at least the actions that have taken place because of COVID-19, this number could actually be much more significant than this. Now, we have seen opportunities where Africa is leading on digital green services when it comes to issue of financial technology and mobile technologies. These are also decentralizing solar power investments. And so this is another opportunity that we believe the new pathway to industrialization is also presenting. Now, Africa has also demonstrated that even on some of the productive sector, digitalization can actually play a part. And in our issues paper, we give you examples of how digital agriculture businesses have reached millions of farmers in 2019, and also how some of these digitally delivered agriculture solutions have actually led to productivity, increasing yields by 20% from advisory services and up to 70% from market linkages because of digital solutions, and 40% from financing and also the building of climate resilience. So let me quickly go through then what we are proposing as a way forward of how to move to sustainable industrialization through digitalization. There are several things that we propose that the member states need to do, individually and collectively. And I want to say collectively because, first of all, we have several continental, be it the digital transformation strategy for Africa or the e-commerce protocol that is going to be negotiated under the AFCFTA. So we have all these continental frameworks. And so what the Secretariat is saying is that, first of all, we need to update the policymaking toolkit for this digital era, because it's not just policies that need to be changed, how we do them. Secondly, we need to upgrade the digital economy foundations for Africa, starting from the basics. And I think the initiative of Girls Can Code, that is one of the basic things that the Secretariat is proposing can be done, and we are already doing that. And we have evidence that actually our youth, our young people, can also be able to code. So with this two-pronged response to the challenges that I have raised, let me give a little bit more details of the way we see it. So how do you update the policy-making toolkit for the digital era? So we propose you need adaptive policy-making. We have articulated very clearly what we mean by this, that this digital era is new, things are changing rapidly, policy will have to react in a very nimble way as things evolve. Maybe to say that there is evidence to show that policy sometimes lag what is happening out there by between 5 to 20 years. And we can give examples of M-Pesa or other digital technologies whereby regulation is still being developed along the way. So what we are calling for is adaptive policy making, because first of all, if you react too fast through policy or regulatory policy, you may undermine the innovativeness. Again, if you do it too late, damage may be done by some of the innovations that will have taken place, maybe some that enhance or entrench inequalities. We need also collaborative policy making. In this digital era, the fourth industrial revolution is actually more transboundary. It doesn't happen just within one country. And this is why some of the things for Africa, there needs to be more collaboration. First of all, in our higher education sector, but also even in our industry. So we need to update our policy making by allowing more collaborative policy making. I have to say, I think the way Africa has dealt with COVID-19, the different collaborative platforms that have brought governments, private sector and governments, including civil society, has actually demonstrated that it is possible for us to do collaborative policy making and get results for the continent, even as we bring it back to the country level. And then, of course, the third thing that we need to do is to have engaged policy making. And this means us entrenching ourselves, having those who make policies, those who design policies, working closely within ecosystems that are emerging in the digital space. Lastly, when it comes to upgrading the digital economy foundations, we need to level up our workforce. Governments need to spend in terms of developing core digital skills, and the private sector has a lot to do here. Also, we need to ensure that job-specific skills are developed, including programming. Soft skills such as communication, management, and creativity are required in upgrading the digital economy foundations within the continent. Now, we also need to upgrade our digital hardware. Now, only 30% of Africans currently have access to the fast internet. So we need to have upgrading of the hardware, including electricity reliability, so that at least we can actually optimize on the opportunities of the digital economy. We give examples of how different countries are faring on this issue in the issues paper. And then we need to upgrade the digital middleware. Just before the COVID crisis, there was a big push from the ECA in preparing countries for the AFCFTA, where we were saying, as part of the digital transformation strategy, we need to make that every person within the continent has a digital ID, so that if you establish a small and medium-sized enterprise that wants to trade from Rwanda to Mauritania, through your digital ID, it is possible for the whoever is registering the businesses to be able to say that this is a legitimate business, because we can upgrade our infrastructure, we can have highly skilled people, but if it is impossible to identify individual producers and traders, or to identify the individual owners of businesses across the continent, that then does not help in our utilization of the digital space to trade, to produce, and to trade. So we are calling for upgrading of the digital middleware. And then, of course, we have to foster the African smart cities, and this is prospective. We see accelerated urbanization, and the issues paper does you. If 50% of the African people are going to be living in cities by 2050, digitalization is going to redefine how these cities are going to be planned, designed, and managed. And we know it is cities where a lot of things happen, and which we can use as a platform for our agenda for sustainable diversification, industrialization through digitalization. So, Chair, I may have exceeded the 20 minutes, but I hope I've been able to take us through the issues that are discussed and raised within the. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Stéphane, pour cette présentation claire, instructive surtout.
50% of the African population will move into cities. So I'd now like to open the floor so that you take the floor. As usual, we'll start member states. Egypt, you have the floor.
For our meeting next week, but well, Chair, I do have three questions actually, and I mean, what's being proposed here is very interesting because somehow it proposes that our continent moves from agriculture-based economies, which is the situation in most of the continent now, to a service-based economy, while making use of the information technology revolution that's taking place through the fourth industrial revolution. And this kind of jump requires a lot of caution, because if we do so, we need to ensure that we have sufficient infrastructure for that. I mean, when we speak about developed countries, they had the move from the agriculture-based economies to industry-based economies, and then now they're moving to service-based economies. So, and the move from industrial to service was based mainly on the infrastructure that they managed to accumulate through many decades that helped them to make that move. The fact is that this kind of infrastructure is still missing in our continent. So how can we ensure that having this kind of leap from agriculture-based economies to service-based economies will be successful? And how can we ensure that the needed infrastructure will be there? And so that's the first question, and it's actually linked to the second question, which is concerning financing. If we're planning to have this kind of change, if we're planning to have this kind of strong investment in infrastructure to develop a service-based economy based on a digitalized approach, given the fact that we're now facing, as was mentioned in the first session by Her Excellency, the Executive Secretary, there's a decrease in the amount of FDIs coming to the continent due to COVID. So how can we ensure the financing, the proper financing, to have this change if the FDIs coming to the continent are decreasing? That's the second question. The third and final question that I do have is concerning cooperation with other stakeholders when it comes to industrialization. We know that there is a UN initiative, which is the IDDA3, the Industrial Development Decade for Africa, the third Industrial Development Decade for Africa. It's supposed to be hosted, or the custodian for this initiative is UNIDO. And we understand that there has been a lot of work on this matter from UNIDO's side, and we want to know whether there is a collaboration between the ECA and UNIDO on this matter, especially that there was a very interesting project that was going to take place by UNIDO on this industrial development decade, which is to map all the different development projects, industrial development projects in the continent, and decide or find out what are are the gaps, what are the points that needed strengthening, and then lead the different investors, the different partners to these points, so we can have a more stable industrial development in the continent. So it's very important to have this kind of collaboration between the different agencies, the different UN agencies, and we'd like to know whether this kind of cooperation exists. Thank you again, Chair, and thank you, Stephen.
Merci à vous, Monsieur le
Thank
représentant.
you very much. The representative of Egypt, the expert from Egypt, for your intervention that has raised crucial issues that are central to our discussions. You have talked about the lack of necessary infrastructure to develop the green economy, the service industry, and processing. So we need to move from agricultural-based economies to more services. So we require infrastructure and industries need to play the lead role. The distinguished delegate from Egypt talked about funding of infrastructure. Cooperation is crucial with all the stakeholders in the process, and that is a complex matter. All stakeholders need to be committed, and we need to have collaboration, cooperation between the UNIDO and ECA. I've taken note of those comments, and I'd now like to invite the delegation from Gabon. Delegate from Gabon, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to thank the presenter. We're of the opinion that all these policies have been developed by the UNECA in collaboration with member states to try to ensure that all sectors are digitized. Digitization is a key component of development. On this point, I believe that the first step will be mobilizing resources, because without money, you cannot do much. You cannot have new technologies that are emerging very fast, and at the same time, you are asking Africa to adapt to the new reality. The last regional African forum that was held in Brazzaville, Congo, had comments made by the Executive Secretary, Ms. Vera Songwe of the ECA, who talked about the work being done by the UNECA to mobilize resources. I took note in particular of debt servicing, which is a key element that will enable our countries to have some resources within that policy. The other element I recall was the special drawing rights, SDRs. We learned that these are funds that will be availed to member states, and within the context of COVID-19, And obviously, Africa will have its share among countries worldwide. Based on what we have listened to, the percentage of SDR for Africa is still very low. All countries need to be able to draw from those rights, particularly during this difficult period. I believe that the work that the UNECA is doing, as we have embarked on discussions with the American Congress and other fora that will follow, should ensure that Africa quickly benefits from these funds that will be of great assistance to it. We are discussing the policy of digitization to ensure that Africa is at par with other continents. We encourage the UNECA to continue its work with the African Union to ensure that African countries are able to, through their national development plans, as well as strategies, to have agriculture, services, infrastructure, and other sectors being digitized so that we are fully industrialized. Chairperson, those are my few comments following the presentation made. We've been holding meetings successively, and we are understanding better the work being done by the UNECA. So we understand that there'll be support coming through to member countries and chairperson. Those are my contributions. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished colleague from Gabon. That shows a very important contribution. We need to adapt ourselves to the digital era. We therefore need to digitize our economies. And for this to be feasible, resources need to be mobilized. You will concur with the speaker and myself that we need to encourage the UNECA to continue mobilizing funds, as well as negotiating to ensure that the special drawing rights for Africa are of significance. We will continue with our discussions, and I'd now like to invite the next speaker, who is the Bakoli Noel from Madagascar. Is Bakoli Noel ready to connect himself or herself to make a statement? We are talking about the digital era. So we need good connectivity so that we are able to participate fully in deliberations. I'll now call on Bakoli. Are you there, Bakoli from Madagascar, please? It seems that Bakoli is having technical challenges joining us. We can always go back to the speaker. I'd like to now go to our colleague from Algeria. You have the floor. The speaker's microphone is muted. Interpreters kindly request you to ask the speaker to unmute himself. Speaker's microphone is muted. Interpreters cannot follow. Is the delegate from Algeria present? Yes. Chairperson, can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me now? Looks like we're having challenges with Madagascar and Algeria. Can you hear me? Ask the delegate from Algeria. Yes, we can hear you very well. Algeria, our brother and colleague, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We thank you for giving us the floor and for the manner in which you're steering these discussions. I would also like to thank the presenter for his excellent presentation. I'll be very brief in my intervention. I do not have any specific question. I just have comments to enrich the presentation further. If you look at the theme of our meeting, you could say that it's a complex one. If you gave this theme to UT lecturers or the academia, they'd find it very complex because there are various economic components that have their determinants, their definitions, etc. We need to interconnect these elements. You have industrialization, that is a very rich notion. And we have a lot of economic literature on this. We have the notion of diversification as the wall of sustainability. You're also talking about digitization. And in this era of COVID-19, how do you link all these components in a coherent and subtle manner? I'd like to begin by saying this, Chairperson. The theme is very important, but we should not lose sight of the central theme that concerns all African economies, which is the structural transformation of African economies. And the goal is to ensure that African economies move from low value addition to economies that have a higher value addition. The current status of African economies is where there's a disconnect between various economic sectors and more focus towards the outside world. This structural transformation process and industrialization and manufacturing are all central in the structural transformation process. Sometimes you hear people say that we are observing in developed countries the issue of industrialization, and they're moving towards service economies. So for African economies, we need to change structurally and base most of our policies on services, including digital services. Me, personally, I think it would be really important, but to strengthen the structural transformation process for two reasons. The manufacturing industry, given the studies and research that has been conducted, is the most important for structural transformation, given its characteristics. I'm talking about spillover effects to other sectors and economies of scale, as well as its capitalistic and technological input, and the elasticity of revenue. And if today developed countries are moving to services, it's not because manufacturing is no longer important, but developed countries have reached a level of development that corresponds to a status where you have factors of production where they will not have extensive factors. You need to ensure you have services to increase these production factors. Industrialization remains key, and digital era is important. We need to think about changing jobs and having the requisite human resources for Africa's industrialization as we think of the negative effects like changing jobs or careers in the industrial and manufacturing sector. I just wanted to draw your attention to this fact, as well as the position of policies in our countries. The successful experiences of Eastern Asia, if compared to ours, you see that there have been mixed results in Latin America, and it's because of the quality of public policies. So I know that the speaker alluded to this, but my question is as follows. He talked about public policies and he talked about digital policies, but my question is more general. Should we have industrial policies or conventional industrial policies that are horizontal? And what is the place of governments? How do governments get involved in public policy when we are discussing industrialization? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, dear brother, for that very important intervention. It appears to me, as you nailed it, that this is very complex because it takes into account several aspects of industrialization, of the numeric, of the, which sometimes make us forget the central issues. That's the structural transformation of African economies. I think that's that we must factor in. We must consider that structural transformation is critical. The relevance of digitalization in this process is central. If we must move towards the development of African economies. Indeed, I believe that as underdeveloped countries, we tend to walk in the footsteps of industrialized countries. Perhaps we should consider how to adopt strategies, mechanisms that are tailored to our context and to our challenges. The issue of digitalization is key, but the digitalization of Africa within the framework of African structural transformation must be considered. We always said that the African model must follow the Eastern Asian model, but that is hinged on public policies that are efficacious, and that will enable us to even improve on what they have. Thank you very much for that brilliant intervention. Can our colleague from Madagascar take the floor? Is he available? Well, greetings, everyone. We are available. We connected. You have the floor. Honorable panelists, my name is Lorinda Paraninason, and today I represent the Minister of Economy and Finance of Madagascar. My apologies, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you clearly. Now we can see you too. So you may proceed. As I said, my name is Rinja. I'll take this off so you can see me clearly. My name is Rinja Raparinasa. I represent today the Minister of Finance and Economy of Madagascar. He was a candidate for the vice presidency and he was elected today. Our delegation here comprises 3 people: myself, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Finance of Madagascar, as well as the General Manager of the Economy and Plan Division, who is among the participants. Perhaps we could include him into the list of panelists because he's basically the one taking the floor during this session. The final member, Madame Baku, that's the 3rd person. She is the coordinator for the relations with partners, with technical and financial partners for our ministers. So that's a brief introduction. Is there any question for us? Thank you, Madame Nelia, for that intervention, and congratulations on the success, on the election of the Madagascar delegation or the first vice president, first vice chair. So during this first session, I believe that delegation from Madagascar may start organizing the technical committee. I don't have a specific question for you. I just want to say you're welcome. Welcome to this session as vice chair. Thank you very much. We'll continue if you have nothing else to add. Nothing to add so far. So thank you very much. Now you may take office as the vice chair of the 53rd session of the Conference of Ministers. Now we may proceed with the delegation from Nigeria. Madam Monica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would also like to thank Stephen for this very
Excusez-moi, Madame Monica, on a perdu votre son.
Madam Monica, my apologies, we can't hear you. Can you turn on your mic, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So first, I was saying thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. I also would like to thank Stephen for this very brilliant presentation and for those who contributed to this report. It's a very good report. My comments will follow along the same lines as Algeria and Egypt. I think what they've said and what I'll be saying is very key, and I'm hoping that moving on, the authors of this report will reflect our comments. Indeed, it's very good to show that the structural change in Africa has shifted to a more service-heavy sector. However, the report has not really shown why this has happened. And most times when the structural change, these graphs are presented, it's shown as a missed opportunity for Africa because Africa moved very quickly, too quickly actually, into the service sector. If they have looked at the factors that contributed to this, they might have seen that most of the reasons why is because our manufacturing sector didn't have the structures to move forward into full-blown manufacturing, such as the high price of electricity. Last week, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria released a press release noting that they had spent and the amount of investment on alternative power had increased from 20.53 billion naira to 61.3 billion naira. And this wasn't because investment increased. Investment actually reduced in the manufacturing sector. The reason for this change was one, because of inflation, and also because of the increased price of electricity and the price of petrol. So it's very important that we understand the reason why the manufacturing sector has shrinked, and it's a call for our government to do more to make sure that the manufacturing sector is able to deliver. Otherwise, our countries will continue to be import heavy. Having said that, I strongly encourage the digitization of our economies. I'm very happy to read of the recommendations made, and I wanted to also point some things out in the report. For example, if we go to section B, section VI, COVID-19 recovery, and particularly on upgrade the digital economic foundations of Africa, my apologies. Section C, I would like to call the author's attention that the digital economy or fintech is not just payment solutions. There are different models in fintech, which includes payment one. You have the capital markets, you have insurance, you have wealth management, you have peer-to-peer lending, you have crowdfunding. It's important that regulations in Africa take cognizance of the fact that there are different models, business models in the digital revolution. I would also like to emphasize that African governments need as much as possible to partner with the private sector. They need to have a way of exchange, consultation with the private sector, because most times innovations are ahead of regulations. There's a lot of innovations happening by African-owned companies, and African governments producing policies in isolation of this sort of consultations might be lacking behind. I would also like to emphasize the point that you have countries like China leading in digital currencies. There's a reason why they are doing that, because if the government is able to put in place certain regulations that encourage innovations in digital technologies, they create a market, not just for the locals, but also for foreign investors to want to come in. So I really like to emphasize that governments should take advantage of opportunities to create regulations and policies to attract investors. And the way to do this is by really consulting and being in close connections with the private sector, who are very much advanced in terms of innovation in the sector. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Monica. Merci beaucoup, Monica.
Thank you very much, Monica, for that very enlightening intervention that supports the reactions of the comments of Egypt and Algeria, as well as the recommendations and the models linked to digitalization and aimed at increasing foreign direct investment. So these are some ideas that could help us enhance our work along with the ECA to fully harness this new era. Now we give the floor to Dr. Ken. Dr. Ken is in the hall. Oh, he's online. Dr. Ken, you may take the floor. You may want to specify your delegation on the country you represent, if possible. Dr. Ken Okawa, you have the floor. Please indicate which country you represent. It seems he may be facing some challenges. Can someone here in the hall, someone here in the hall wish to take the floor, or someone online, before giving the floor back to the Commission, to Dr. Stephen?
Yeah, Dr. Ken from Nigeria.
Okay, from Nigeria also. Okay, thank you. Do you have...
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Is Dr. Ken Okoha, the President of the National Association of Nigerian Traders, and for the private sector. I want to key in from the last input made by my compatriot that spoke last. And I wanted to add a few points, about two or so, which have to do with what our colleague from Egypt, talked about. One thing is this, that we have come to discover that most of our policies, especially industrial policies in the African continent, are always import dependence looking, much import dependent looking. And of course, once that applies, it makes industrialization become a secondary call. That's one thing. The second one is the improper alignment of our industrial policies with our agricultural policies. And I think this is very key, because over 80% of the raw materials that come for our industrial purposes are coming from, agriculture and solid minerals. And therefore, there must be such alignment. And we don't see that happening so much. Rather, most of these raw materials are exported in raw form. This is another area we need to look at. And then, dovetailing to that is the subject of, weak emphasis on research and development. And I think we need to, look at this area properly. Research and development for the industrial sector, which needs to help us, especially now that we are looking at technology, very key. And is there anything also that we can do in Africa, that we're not talking about African continental food, looking seriously on our weak emphasis on consumption pattern, weak emphasis on patronage, local patronage, so that it doesn't look as if everything that comes out of Africa becomes number one? It shouldn't be so. Can we also begin to think of, tactical ways, strategic ways of redesigning efforts that speak to the people and speak to the consumption pattern to look at local realities? I think I should stop at this point. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Effectivement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ken. Indeed, we need the reaction of the private sector. That surely enhances the reflection from the private sector. I believe that from this comment, we may adjourn this session. Are there any other member who would like to take the floor? The team here is very important. We'll give the floor to Marcella, then to Kaji, then to Mindie. Madam Marcella, are you ready to take the floor? Senegal would like to take the floor. Which country do you represent? Senegal. Which country? Come again. Senegal. Madame Essela, you have the floor.
Merci aux organisateurs. C'est Madame Tiamne Fatou Koundoul, ministère de l'économie numérique et des télécommunications.
Presenters, this is Madame Tiamne Fatou Koundoul from the Ministry of Telecommunications. The topic is very interesting, and we would like to focus on digitalization and the support to industrialization through the digitalization. To this end, in Senegal, we put in place the digital strategy for 2025. The strategy focuses on its third axis on the establishment of a digital industry that will create jobs and value addition, and in its fourth axis on the expansion of the digital sector for the economy. That is why industrialization is critical. Would like to reflect on how to support this industrialization in order to better enhance growth in the economic sector. To this end, we need above all to support these sectors. We need to support and fund digitalization, as Madame Vera said in the morning, and I wish to commend her that we need to establish a fund for the development of digitalization that could facilitate the development of that digital sector that will create innovations and jobs. Yeah, in Africa, we need jobs for the youth. For this, given the innovation in African countries, the creativity resting within youth need to be boosted. We need to support them. And above all, we need to create enabling environments in order to foster that innovation. Senegal is organizing a national forum on the digital and digitalization, and today we have honored a youth with his 2-bit project that who created a project on artificial intelligence to support agriculture. So we need to support industrialization and digitalization. We need to put in place funds to this end, and we need to strengthen the capacities of the youth through universities and through encouragement to innovation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madame Komidiaye from Senegal, for your contribution, for your input. With you, we highlighted the importance of digitalization and digitalization, especially in terms of job creation, which is critical for Africa, especially for the employment of youths. We'll give the floor now to Madame Esela. We apologize because this is what happens when we organize meetings online. It's very difficult to determine exactly who has the floor before who. Madame Mesela, you have the floor. South Africa, I think. Madame Mesela.
Votre pays est Afrique du Sud, non?
Okay, I think I'm on
if
now.
I understand clearly, you're from South Africa.
Allowing me to participate in this very important forum. My name is Misela Ntlapo. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the African Rail Industry Association. We seek to promote the use of rail that will support the intra-Africa trade that we seek to have as a continent. One thing that COVID pandemic has taught us as the continent is that we need to use what we have. What we have as the lawmakers that are listening into this conversation is to apply and use our powers to ratify the Luxembourg Rail Protocol to the Cape Town Convention. Now, why is that important? It's important because it will supplement the much needed investment that is required on the continent. It will stimulate investment that we require on the continent. We need to establish a very friendly environment for patriotic capital is required to ensure that the Africa we want is realized. We understand that the development of Africa will depend on the potential that is offered by the African youth and women of this continent. We therefore appeal to the member states that we have been committing for the past 2-3 years, that we support the ratification of the protocol, but now, due to the pandemic, due to need of finance, due to the development that needs to take place, there is no better time than currently to ratify the protocol to ensure that we achieve our economic goals as the continent. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Marcela, for your contribution. Once again, Madam Marcela, thank you for this contribution. Now give the floor to Madam Kadifal. Can you indicate which country you're representing? Is it Zambia? No, it's Senegal. Madam Kadifal. Yeah, Chair. I would like to take the floor on behalf of the women from Western Africa.
I would like to take the floor on behalf of West African women.
Gender.
I want to speak to gender issues in West Africa. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you for giving us
I'd like
the floor.
to congratulate.
I would like to thank Madam Gender.
Moila.
Thank you very much.
Zambia.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you so much to the previous delegations for the...
Pardon, c'est l'électricité qui était coupée chez moi. Hein? Est-ce que je peux...
My apologies, I lost
Avant de
the
laisser la
connection.
parole.
The electricity went off. May I continue or? This is Senegal, Madam Kadifal. Chair, the signal dropped. Can I continue? The Chair, we gave the floor to Zambia, to Madam Muila. So you shall continue afterwards.
C'est le courant qui était désactivé dans mon pays. Donc,
Yes, I lost electricity in the country, Mr. Chair. Allow me to continue. Which delegation is that? Yes, we shall come back to you, Madam, from Senegal. For now, it's Zambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and also thanks to the other delegations and persons that have spoken before me on this very important topic. My name is Muila Daka from the Republic of Zambia and representing the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Development Planning. To begin with, from the perspective of the Zambian delegation, the importance of sustainable industrialization in Africa cannot be overemphasized, especially with the introduction of the African Continental Free Trade Area. This free trade area offers a window of opportunity to increase intra-Africa trade. However, increase can only be realized if it is supported by broad-based industrialization, which calls for increased diversification for many countries that heavily rely on few products for the majority of their exports. Africa needs now more than ever to strengthen the focus and discourse on the topic of industrialization and structural transformation, accompanying issues such as infrastructure development, value chain development, job and wealth creation for the benefit of our people need to be at the top of our agenda. Equally important is the need to strike a resources on the other hand. As we all know, industry Africa the opportunity, a green industrialization and diversification agenda that supports inclusive growth and sustainable development. Mr. Chairperson, digitalization also offers opportunities to accelerate our industrialization is that the production and traces. As we have seen with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, we have has propelled the use of digital services across Africa. The emergence of digitization offers opportunities to support growth in sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, commercial services, as well as the development of low carbon industries. To further technology offers, there's need to strengthen the policy, legal, regulatory frameworks to support the use and growth of digitization in a manner complementary to our industrialization and job creation aspirations. In the case of the government is creating a conducive investing in providing relevant for the growth of the sector. We currently have about 78% across the country. Investments have resulted in increased active internet subscriptions in the country from as low as 379,000 in 2011 to 9.2 million subscribers at the end of 2019. In the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, internet subscriptions increased to 10.3 million at the end of 2020, representing a growth rate of 11 point between 2019 and 2020. Currently stands at 58.9%. Has intensified growth of other economic activities. Just to give an example, for instance, the value of mobile payment or mobile money transaction increased from around 225 million in 2012 money transactions doubled of our local currency. This is another demonstration of the role that the COVID-19 pandemic plays in accelerating digital services. Other examples of growth in the use of ICTs existing information systems, general service delivery, presentation ahead of us, that there is need to enhance the regulatory framework and provide an environment to support digitization. In this regard, the government is currently undertaking to introduce laws on cybersecurity and cyber crimes, data protection, and electronic communication and transactions. We are confident that offers to our industrialization agenda, even beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Perhaps in conclusion, I wish to reiterate market integration in itself not enough if we do not pursue an industrialization agenda. Our industrialization needs to be coupled with necessary infrastructure development in areas such as ICT, transport, and energy. And there's also need for sound policies and regulations that will enable the continent to navigate and harness the industrialization opportunities in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Madame Daka. Nous avons eu de certaines difficultés pour vous.
We have been facing connectivity issues, difficult to follow everything, but we understand that you were expressing some questions concerning the issues that we are discussing. And we cannot but stress the importance of the green economy, agriculture. So despite the internet fluctuations, we've taken note, the Secretariat has taken note of your comments, and we shall be able to think it through more as we go along, listening to contributions. Khadi Fall is available. Khadi Fall. Khadi Fall seems to have dropped. The signal seems to have dropped as she's no longer with us. Does anybody else wish to take the floor? It doesn't seem that anybody wants to take the floor. Which delegation is this? Asks the chair.
التجارة البينية ولكن لن يتحقق إلا من خلال
Oui, ça dit le cas de délégation n'a pas bien suivi la délégation.
We weren't able to follow, says the chair. Was that a delegation speaking? Asks the chair.
Sinon, je voulais passer la parole à...
Okay, I wanted to give the floor, says the chair, to Mr. Karingi. Mr. Karingi, we heard Egypt's comments. We had comments from Gabon, from Algeria, from Madagascar, Nigeria. We heard Madam Monica, Dr. Ken. Then Senegal wasn't able to finish. Then Zambia. All these comments have been noteworthy. And we'd like to give Mr. Karingi the floor at this stage for him to react. If he has any suggestions, recommendations, following up on the comments. Thank you. Mr. Karingi?
Services in the agriculture sector have led to higher productivity within the sector and also the increase in the extraction of value within the sector, which of course in a way speaks to the complexity that was also alluded to, I think by the delegation from Algeria, the complexity of industrialization, digitalization. So the the issues paper is not arguing that we forget the agriculture sector, but rather it's arguing that the agriculture sector presents an opportunity for diversification, for industrialization, And I think this point came out clearly. Now, you do indicate that, you do ask us to be cautious that even when we accept that and we want now to move much more deeply because the world is moving and our continent has demonstrated that it can move, that we need to invest more on infrastructure. And again, in our presentation, we did demonstrate that during COVID-19, as services were being delivered digitally, including services that were linked to actual services but were being ordered digitally, the speeds, and of course by that it also means the costs, the time cost and everything for Africa, actually compared, they were double in terms of increase compared to the rest of the world, which of course speaks to your concern about infrastructure. And at that point, the argument is, how do we ensure that the leap will be successful and the infrastructure will be there? So the issues paper does address the points you raise, and we don't disagree with what you have said. And I also don't disagree with the point that even for those countries, because not every country has a comparative advantage in agriculture and it may want to move to services, even as they try to move to the opportunities in services, I think that the question is that why don't we invest more? Now, on the question of financing, as we plan this change, and the link to what we had this morning of reduced FDI, as the executive secretary presented the figures of that big drop on FDI. And I think one of my response is that, again, we do have the AFCFTA. The AFCFTA is also premised on an understanding that we should be able to see more intra-African investments. And I think this is the rationale behind the investment protocol that is being negotiated this year. So it is true we might see a reduction and maybe a continuation of a reduction of the low-scale international FDI, but intra-African FDI opportunities are enormous, including on the green resources that I mentioned. Linking this to the regional value chains issue that was also advanced by one of the member states, and I think I'll be able to see that. So financing, intra-African sources of finances are enormous. And at this point, I may also want to mention, because I think there was also a question that was raised by Nigeria in the context of fintech, to say that the economic report on Africa that we released towards the end of last year, that is ERA 2020, which was looking on private sector development and finance. In that report, we first of all, we argue that really the financing of our economies is dependent upon our ability to grow the African private sector. And we also argue that even though today a lot of our resources for financing our private sector are coming from the banking sector, the financial technology or the fintech, whatever is happening in the fintech area, there are a lot of opportunities to at least diversify the sources of financing of our private sector. And I want to believe that if we do that, even when you have a decline in FDI, which of course now has been overtaken by remittances, there are a lot of opportunities within our continent for this. And also the point which I'll come to on the SDR much later. You asked the questions, a very specific question, what is the Secretariat doing with other competent institutions on industrialization, and you mentioned IDDA3. Of course, we are IDDA3 that is the industrial development decade for Africa, that decade. We are very much part of this, and I'm happy to say that we've been working very collaboratively with UNIDO. Now, UNIDO has actions at the country level. I can give examples of Niger. We're also working with UNIDO Nigeria. We have interacted a lot with UNIDO on Senegal and Rwanda because they have these PCPs, as they call them. And what we are trying to do as ECA now and UNIDO is to make sure that the AFCFTA national strategies that we've been leading, they are also interlinked with the work that is being led by UNIDO on this on the PCPs. I hope I'm getting that name right, the acronym right. So there is that collaboration. So that is just to respond to that question. Now, Gabon, I think I have. So you basically agree on the digitalization being key, but you revisit the question again of mobilizing resources, and I think and you also took note of the DSSI as a key element. And just to reiterate that, as it was said in the morning, the spring meetings of the IFIs is coming in a few days. And so the point is, we hope that the ministers, as experts, as we meet here, we will also be able to call for an extension of the period for the DSSI, not June this year, but towards maybe up to the end of next year. That has been the call for the ECA. And on the SDR, you are right that there is an allocation for Africa. Again, as you heard this morning, the issue that the ECA is focusing on is not just the allocation for Africa, but can those who have the developed countries who have stimulus packages already that they have given themselves and they don't need these SDRs, can those be reallocated to Africa to deal with the challenges of the recovery of economies and also in terms of the sustainable development of energy and other, and of course our private sector. Now, Algeria, if I was to come back to your intervention, I think what you focused on is just to remind us that though we are considering a complex topic here, at the end of the day, it should be informed the big pillar or the big roof of structural transformation, which I think we agree. And so you had a specific question. A question: should we have industrial policies that are horizontal when discussing industrialization, and what would be the role of public policies? Now, I would want to take you back to one of your meetings where, as the Commission, we presented you with the Economic Report on Africa for 2013, where specifically what you asked Algeria were the recommendation of that report in terms of embedded policy making, something that in our issues paper we also highlight in terms of the emerging ecosystems in the digitalization process. So those recommendations of engaged public policy making on industrialization and the engaged policy making that we are calling for during this on this digitalization policy making process, basically they are one and the same, and the horizontal can only happen if the public and the private sector also work together. Now, Nigeria agrees with what has been advanced by both Algeria and Egypt. And you also caution us that when we talk about the fintech, it should not just be about payment system, it's a broader ecosystem. And that is why I'm emphasizing that you look at our economic report on Africa, the latest, where we basically deal with exactly what you have raised, and we address those issues specifically. If our issues paper appear to be too narrow in focus, it's not because the Secretariat want to have a narrow focus on fintech. There is a lot to do with that, including how we make arguments, as I presented, that the speed at which the regulatory policy is developed is critical to assuring the success and, of course, dealing with the risks of financial technology. So the report does actually give clarity on that. And I think that was also the point that you are making, that innovations tend to leave government behind. And I gave the figure that it takes 5 to 20 years for government regulatory policies to catch up with some of the innovations. And so if one is not careful, you may stifle the innovation by moving in too fast, or you may entrench difficult issues such as inequality, whereby you only have a sector evolved that is focusing on that is not distributing the gains sufficiently if you wait for too long. So I do agree to have a creation of regulations and policies that that attract investments by joining these ecosystems of government. Now, for Senegal, there was no question, but I think it's more of a recommendation. And I think as the Secretariat will capture this in our proceeding, and especially where you basically give us the example of the National Forum on Digital for Senegal, and where you are showcasing the youth work on artificial intelligence and asking that we should encourage our youth through our universities. So there is something to do with the curriculums. And I think that was also part of what I was presenting in terms of the ACE adapting, because you need the skills development. Zambia, yours was a statement, and I hope that we can be able to get that statement because it has good examples of what we can use as a secretariat to share among other member states. If I come back to the two non-member states that took the floor, coming back to Mesela. Mesela, I do agree with you. In the morning segment, there was a question that was asked, what is the Secretariat doing in terms of mobilizing resources for infrastructure development? And in fact, the example that we gave was that the Luxembourg Protocol to the Cape Town Convention does actually offer an avenue for resource mobilization. And so we do agree that the ratification of this protocol, which has been a subject in the last, in two previous meetings of experts, I think now we are at a point where we really need to ratify, because we seem to agree that we need to bring in the private sector as part of the public-private investment. And finally, from the intervention of Dr. Ken, basically calling for policy alignment. And I think this is more to do with the harmonized policy development of the different sectors. So I couldn't agree more with you, other than to say that the point that you raised about the weak emphasis on research and development, just to say that, again, the AFCFTA Phase 2 is offering us an opportunity to deal with that, because there's going to be an intellectual property protocol that is going to be negotiated, and there's also going to be a competition policy in addition to the investment policy that is going to be negotiated. So if you are to look at the intellectual property rights protocol and also the competition policy together, then you can see that we do actually have an opportunity to address the weak areas of R&D. So, Chair, that's what I would want to respond in terms of that. And sorry if I've taken too much time.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen, for the words of clarification, for your comments, for your reactions to the various interventions. We're going to give the floor to Djibouti, but Mr. Stephen, Egypt had asked a question, asking about the cooperation framework between the various stakeholders in industrial development. What is the situation I'm not too sure that I heard you on that. About cooperation with
Besides ECA being part of the implementation of the industrial development decade for Africa, the third one, within that framework, we've been working with UNIDO in several countries. I give the example of the work we have done in the dairy sector in Niger. And in fact, through this work, whereby you have this a dairy sector, a dairy industry that was started by a woman, and it needed to grow. UNIDO came in, the ECA came in, and we've managed as part of this collaboration to enable this investor to attract several $1 million from ITFC, part of the Islamic Bank, to expand that business. That was a specific collaboration between UNIDO and the ECA. Now, there is a special economic zone that is coming up in Nigeria. This special economic zone, ECA and UNIDO have actually been working together now. The interesting part about this special economic zone is that it is private sector driven. UNIDO has a lot of experience on special economic zone for industrialization development. And then, of course, ECA brings in the policy dimension. And lastly, in the answer to that question, is that we have our two CEOs, the Director General of UNIDO and our Executive Secretary. They've actually given us very clear guidance on how we should combine the PCPs of UNIDO, which are basically implementation of industrialization at the country level, and the AFCFTA national strategies, whose pillar, one of the pillars is basically industrialization and diversification. And this is all besides the fact that we have what we call the opportunities and issue-based coalitions of the United Nations, which were an outcome of the UN reforms that led to a regional collaborative framework where all the UN agencies with our competencies have to support. So the OIBC2, where we deal with issues of trade and industrialization, we have beyond UNIDO and ECA many other UN agencies like UNCTAD that are part of that collaboration. And I think that's basically an example of how the Secretariat is harnessing the power of the system. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Stéphane.
Thank you, Stephen, for that clarification. I had a special comment. The possibilities which we shall have as Africa in the next months to be able to work with UNIDO. Now we are going to move to the last speaker, Madam Amina Ibrahim from Djibouti. Madam Amina, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. You can proceed. My name is Harras Ahmed. I work in the Ministry of Finance in the Directorate of the Economy, responsible for macroeconomic desk. I was requested to take the floor. Of course, colleagues from different countries raised the issue, some of the issues that I wanted to talk about. But as you know today, digitalization is something that is everywhere, and the flagship that our national development plans are pegged, that it is digitalization for connectivity and for institutional capacity building and digital transformation of public administration. We had a problem earlier on. That's why I came in late. But colleagues from different countries have already raised what I wanted to say. I thank you. Thank you, Madam Ibrahim. Thank you for your comment. And your acknowledgement of the comments made by different delegations regarding the uplifting of the African economies. And I think that's the perspective that we are pursuing today. I think that all the institutions working in Africa for economic development should definitely take on board those very, very relevant comments for the benefit of Africa. Of course, we have the challenge of poverty, and with economic development, we must make sure that poverty is gotten rid of. When we look at the economic perspective and different mechanisms to put in place to make sure that the economies can meet the needs of the people, then we need to make sure that even the ECA works more to establish strategies to develop the economies within the framework of the digitalization. This is always important. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, if there are no more comments, the Secretariat is going to take the floor to say something. Mr. Stephen or any other person from the Secretariat is going to say something before we end today's deliberations.
And again, we thank you for your understanding that we have not been able to have you here with us. At this time, we would normally be hosting a reception and welcoming our delegates. Today, due to the circumstances, we would not be hosting a reception. So we just want to extend our apologies for this, especially delegates who are here tonight, and we crave your understanding. So said, I'll hand over the floor back to the chair to end today's session and to look forward to having tomorrow. Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Lana. Mesdames et messieurs.
Many thanks, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we have come to the end of our day's deliberation today on the 17th of March, 2021. And I think that the Secretariat, just as Madam Dana said, thanks you all, and we appreciate your presence and active participation in today's deliberations. The chair is happy with the level of wealth of different ideas. And before adjourning, allow me to encourage all the delegates to be present tomorrow at the opening session. You have the program. We're starting at 11 in the morning. And with those words, let me say, have a night, have a good day for all those who are online and those who are in the room. Have a nice evening and see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thank you. Good night.